Good morning from New York City. Welcome to a special edition of your CNN Sunday Morning on this September 11th, 2011, the 10th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. Hello to you all. I'm TJ Holmes. This morning coming to you from a spot overlooking Ground Zero. We'll have a lot more for you from here. And this morning, Soledad O'Brien will be joining me throughout the morning. She's at Riverside Park on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. That is where firefighters are gathering to pay tribute to their fellow firefighters who died in the attacks. We check in with her in just a bit. Also, as always, on this Sunday morning, we'd like to say a special good morning to our servicemen and women who are watching us right now on the American Forces Network. Thank you for being here. Thank you for what you do. And certainly on this day, a day that really changed the course of many of you all's lives. Today, we are going to remember the victims of 9/11. Of course, in New York, Washington, and Pennsylvania. I am here at what is just a gorgeous memorial overlooking Ground Zero here in Manhattan. This is where the families of the victims will gather here in just a bit. The picture you're seeing is of World Trade Center 1, now the tallest building in lower Manhattan. But the work there is not done. People will tell you that the work for this country is not done. The people in the towers, the people on the planes, the first responders all came to this point. It's amazing to think that 2,753 people died right here. We're going to be looking ahead this morning to some important times to stop and remember. 8:46 will be the first one. 8:46 a.m. Eastern Time. That is the moment American Airlines Flight 11 hit the North Tower. That's when we'll have the first moment of silence this morning. Then we'll hear bells ring out across the city. Meanwhile, President Obama, he'll be leaving the White House just a few minutes from now. He is on his way here. Then the next moment of silence this morning will be at 9:03. That will mark the moment the second plane hit the South Tower. And throughout the morning, you'll follow with other moments of silence. Now, that second plane, that is when the country knew it wasn't just an accident, that the country was under attack. So we'll be talking about New York, Washington, Pennsylvania, as we remember the victims lost in those attacks. We will bring it all to you live here throughout the morning. Now, to give you an idea of who we have with us, our correspondents are in place all over the place this morning, taking a look at some of the after effects of those attacks and the impact it had on the country. Our Susan Candiotti is with me here at Ground Zero. Athena Jones is standing by at the mall in Washington. She's keeping an eye on events there. Also, in just a moment, we'll check in with our Suzanne Malveaux. She is in Afghanistan for us this morning, spending the day with troops whose lives were changed because of what happened on this day 10 years ago. They're having their own ceremony to remember 9/11, and they'll be talking about their commitment to this country's security. But let me begin here at Ground Zero, site of the attacks on the Twin Towers. Now it is just an impressive and gorgeous memorial. Footprints, they call them, the footprints of where the towers once stood. Huge memorial pools back there now, and CNN national correspondent Susan Candiotti joins me now. Susan, good morning to you. Help us set the scene for what we are seeing this morning and what we will see throughout the day.
Good morning, TJ. Well, of course, because of that ongoing terror threat, there is still very tight security around the city through various checkpoints and the like. But security is extra tight directly around here, around the memorial, around Ground Zero, as people are gathering outside around roadblocks and the like to make their way here for the ceremony, which will begin, as you indicated, at about 8:30 in the morning Eastern Time, with iconic bagpipes and drummers, followed by a moment of silence introduced by the mayor. And then, as you indicated, at 8:46, to mark the time when the first plane hit the North Tower, there will be another moment of silence, followed by a reading by President Obama. Then at 9:03, another moment of silence when the second plane hit the South Tower, followed by a reading by former President George Bush. And then after that, families eventually will begin reading the names of everyone who was killed here. Family members, survivors, everyone will be taking part in this ceremony. And then finally, the backdrop for all of this, of course, is that ongoing security threat. Investigators tell me this morning there is no change in the status. They are still working very hard to try to confirm whether that plot exists. TJ?
All right, Susan Candiotti, thank you. We'll check in with you again shortly. And so many of us familiar with the story of the firefighters. 343 firefighters died in the attacks at the World Trade Center. They're also, of course, being remembered today at a special ceremony. Our Soledad O'Brien is at Riverside Park for that special ceremony. Soledad, good morning to you. The ceremony also comes with a bit of controversy this morning with the firefighters. Explain it all for us.
Yeah, it really does, TJ. We're about 8 miles north of Ground Zero, and that matters because, of course, the firefighters were not invited to the events at Ground Zero. For some people, that has made them very angry, others just disappointed or frustrated. This is the Firefighters Memorial, and every year since 9/11, they've really brought a memorial service here. It's very quiet, no politicians, no speeches. They're expecting this year for the 10th anniversary that many people, hundreds, maybe thousands, will gather here at 100th Street and Riverside Drive. Where this beautiful memorial, it's actually one of the nicest in the city, and it's a memorial that was built in the 1900s for firefighters, showing sacrifice and duty. They've always tried to keep it very low-key, don't really even like the media here. This year, though, because they're not being invited to the Ground Zero ceremonies, they're expecting that it's going to actually be quite busy here. They want to focus on three things, they say. Number one, they want to remember the 343 firefighters who lost their lives, who were running into those buildings, the towers, as the flames were coming out and eventually as they fell. They also want to make sure that people understand how challenging the health issues have been for many of these firefighters. There are lots of terrible statistics, really, about the health of the firefighters, and many people have told us the number of funerals that they continue to go to where people are dying of cancer. We'll talk a little bit about that later this morning. And then lastly, they want to remember the widows of those firefighters. They want to make sure that people understand that there are people who left their families behind, and they want to show support for those widows. So they're going to begin the official events of Ground Zero here, 8 miles north, when the fire commissioner comes to lay a wreath right here, and then he'll head downtown, and we're expecting to see many first responders right here this morning because they cannot attend the events of Ground Zero where you are today. TJ.
All right, Soledad O'Brien. Soledad, good to have you with us this morning. We'll check in with you plenty throughout the morning. We want to turn now to Washington, D.C. Ceremonies there, of course, to honor the victims at the Pentagon. Our Athena Jones is there. Athena, people are stopping to remember today, but also they're being asked to do it and also be extra vigilant, and they're seeing extra security. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, you know, after the president and first lady traveled to New York and then to Shanksville, Pennsylvania for ceremonies there, they're coming back to Washington. They'll be heading over to the Pentagon for a wreath laying. That's this afternoon around 3:35. But of course, all across Washington, D.C. for the last several days, law enforcement and security personnel have been on high alert. There are more police on the street. D.C. Metro Police are working 12-hour overlapping shifts. All police departments have more officers out and about, whether it's Capitol Police, the Park Police, or the Transit Police, all out there keeping alert and on patrol. I had a chance to speak with an FBI agent who was the first FBI commander on the scene at the years ago. Christopher Combs told me what this day means for him and for the FBI. Let's take a listen.
Even before 9/11, we had a very aggressive counterterrorism posture here in Washington. But obviously after 9/11, we've tripled, quadrupled our efforts here. And for us that were on the Joint Terrorism Task Force that day, 9/11 is the reason that we work so hard and why for these special events we're out in force.
And so as Agent Combs told me, every day for the FBI is 9/11, and so they're always ready, but of course even more so today, TJ.
All right, Athena Jones in D.C. for us. Thank you. Now, I mentioned a moment ago that President Obama will be leaving Washington, D.C. shortly, heading here to be a part of the ceremony at Ground Zero. And then after New York, the president will head to Shanksville, Pennsylvania to honor the victims of United Flight 93. There'll be a moment of silence there, 10:03 Eastern Time. That is when the plane crashed there. The new memorial in Shanksville, though, was dedicated yesterday. The bells tolled for all 40 victims who brought down the plane before it could reach its intended target. Also, here's a look at the memorial wall there. Just the first part of the permanent memorial has been completed. Former Presidents Bill Clinton and George W. Bush were there to help honor the heroes.
For generations, people will study the story of Flight 93. They will learn that individual choices make a difference, that love and sacrifice can triumph over evil and hate, and that what happened above this Pennsylvania field ranks among the most courageous acts in American history.
I want to take a moment now, draw your attention to the ticker we're going to have at the bottom of your TV screen. Throughout the morning, we'll be showing the names of the victims from all of the 9/11 attacks. Also, this morning, the war on terror in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks took tens of thousands of American troops to Afghanistan. Today, they are also remembering the victims of the attacks and the fallen soldiers who fought for the security of this country. Our Suzanne Malveaux is at Camp Agris in Kabul, Afghanistan, where she has been visiting for the past several days. Suzanne, good morning to you. And what are the troops going to be doing to mark this anniversary today?
Good morning, TJ. Well, TJ, it's been kind of a quiet Sunday here, very sunny, very quiet, very reflective. People here have been rehearsing, and you can see behind me they're actually rehearsing. The soldiers take this day very seriously. They're also going to be taking this ceremony very seriously. There are about 35 flags that are raised here. It represents all of the countries that are part of this international coalition who are here in Afghanistan. Also, we're going to be seeing, it's going to start at 5 o'clock. That is local time in the evening. It's 8.5 hours later, that is ahead of Eastern time, and then 5:16, that is when they're going to recognize a moment of silence. That is when the first plane hit the World Trade Center. So they're going to have a couple of soldiers who are going to be talking about their own experiences, what it was like to be inside of the Pentagon on that day during the attack. There's going to be a bagpipe playing of Amazing Grace. There's going to be moments of silence, and this is going to be something that's a time that is reflective for a lot of these soldiers. I had a chance to talk with them, TJ, and it's really interesting. Some of them, the memories, very raw, very emotional. They think about that all the time. Others, they say that's why they're here today. You have to remember it was the 9/11 attacks that brought the men and women here to Afghanistan. This is a very special and a very personal day for many of them, TJ.
Suzanne, can you also give us details about this Taliban attack that took place in eastern Afghanistan?
They directed me to the command post under the overpass.
Well, you know, there was a lot of anticipation, anxiety, if you will, whether or not there was going to be some sort of attack commemorating this anniversary. Well, it was just on the eve of 9/11. It was last night about 5:30 in the evening, local time, Afghan time, that there was an explosion outside of the Wardak compound, the military compound there. We are told that there are 2 Afghan civilians who were killed. This was a car bomb, if you will. A lot of injuries, TJ. We're talking about at least 77 from the international coalition, 25 Afghan civilians also injured as well. We're told that they're relatively minor injuries, but this was a rather significant development. We got a chance to talk to General John Allen. He is the head of the U.S. and NATO command here in Afghanistan, and he explained what he thought the threat was.
This attack was a high-profile attack. It was a pretty significant suicide vehicle bomb. But they have been ejected from the population in so many places around the country that their only ability to influence the battlefield on many occasions is simply the high-profile attack.
From the Deputy G3's office. It was the Deputy G3 that I had to report accountability to.
TJ, General Allen also said that he thought this was an act of desperation, that many of the Afghan people against the Taliban do not support this type of thing, that this is something that they wanted to do that was dramatic and significant, but nevertheless, it certainly underscores the dangers still that these men and women face here in Afghanistan, the challenges they have ahead. A lot of people who I talked to, TJ, simply said they are trying as hard as possible, as quickly as possible to train the Afghans so they can get up to speed, they can protect themselves and their country when U.S. as well as NATO troops, combat troops, are expected to go home by the end of 2014, TJ.
All right, Suzanne Malveaux for us in Kabul. We'll check in with you again. Thanks so much. So stay with us on this special edition of CNN Sunday Morning. Again, we'll take you all around the country this morning for the memorials as the country pauses on this 10th anniversary of 9/11. Coming up next, Soledad O'Brien at the Firemen's Memorial at Riverside Park. Stay with us. And at 16 minutes past the hour, good morning and welcome back to this special edition of CNN Sunday Morning, coming to you on this 10th anniversary of 9/11 from Ground Zero. I want to say good morning once again to our Soledad O'Brien, who is standing by for a special ceremony today, the Firefighters Memorial. And Soledad, it is still remarkable to hear. We see you have a guest there, but still always remarkable to think of the stories of those firefighters running in to save other lives, and the 343 of them that were killed on this day 10 years ago.
And that is really the focus of the memorial today, and has been, TJ, the focus of the memorial for the last 10 years. Lieutenant Ken Durante is one of the event organizers. You've been doing this memorial here 8 miles north of Ground Zero, which I think some people might find very surprising. Why here?
Well, this is the site of the FDNY, the official memorial, which is directly behind us. It was dedicated in 1913 to honor the memory of all New York City firefighters who have given their lives in the line of duty.
After 9/11, so 10 years ago.
No.
I realize it was built in 1913,
yes,
so
yes.
For a long, long time it's been here. But after 9/11, there were 5 firefighters who realized that there was not going to be a particular service or memorial that focused on the 343 firefighters who lost their lives. And so they created really what will be part of today.
That's correct. 5 firefighters from the fire companies in my firehouse, Engine 45 and Ladder 58, was sitting around the kitchen table and that first, as they approached the first anniversary of 9/11, realizing that the department was still rebuilding, was still, in a state of great flux. And there was no dedicated ceremony for our 343 members. So they decided to pool their resources, these 5 firefighters, and put together a very nice, very solemn service that you'll see here today. It really hasn't changed much since that first year.
You've told me there'll be no politicians, there'll be no speeches.
Nope. No, it's not a media event today, with all the attention of the 10-year anniversary, though. You guys are here, and that's fine. We're here to tell our little story and to remember the #1 goal, our only goal. It's not about us. This is an event put on by firefighters, for firefighters, to remember 343 members who heroically gave their lives on 9/11.
You're not allowed to attend the Ground Zero ceremonies. Are you mad about that?
You know what? I'm not going to really address the political issues and all that. I know what we do here, and I've been here every year, either here or working in the firehouse. There are many people who feel they need to go to Ground Zero, and I understand that. For many families, especially our families, that is their loved one's final resting place. So I fully understand the anger and the reason, that they want to be there, and the members of the companies that want to go there and help support those families and pay their respects. But many families choose to come to this venue because it's a solemn place to the New York City Fire Department. And again, it's a nice service. You'll see the service. We'll read the names of all 343 of our members. We'll stop at the significant moments for a moment of silence throughout the morning. And then we'll read the names of all of the members.
Lieutenant Ken Durante, thank you very much for your time. I know this morning you're really busy, so we appreciate you carving out
the boys are going to start setting up right now.
Yes, they are, so we're going to move out of the way so we don't hamper their efforts. Thank you for your time this morning. So as you can see, TJ, a little bit of controversy with that, but they say it's not a competitive event. It's an alternative for people who can't go down to Ground Zero are welcome to come here. They expect, since they blocked off 15 blocks in either direction, they're expecting a lot of people. TJ?
All right. Still unfortunate to hear there's any controversy really on this day, but still they remember in their own way. Soledad, thank you. We'll talk to you again. And to our viewers, a reminder here, a special report from Soledad O'Brien talking about the women of 9/11. You can catch that Beyond Bravery, a Soledad O'Brien special report tonight, 10 o'clock Eastern, right here on CNN. And now it's 6:21 this morning. Coming up next, I'm going to be talking to a man who, as other people were running out of the Pentagon, he was running in, and he kept running in. And you know what? He didn't leave there for 3 days. He joins me with his story and his reflections on this 10th anniversary. Stay with me on this CNN Sunday morning. At 23 minutes past the hour now, we are in a live picture right now of Air Force One. President Obama will be boarding the plane and leaving D.C., heading to New York to be a part of the ceremonies which are scheduled to start here at Ground Zero at around 8 o'clock Eastern Time, really around 8:30 Eastern Time, as we start those moments of silence. Those moments today will be at 8:46, 9:03, 9:37, and then 10:03. Those are the 4 times when those 4 planes crashed on this day 10 years ago. Now we want to turn to Washington, D.C. now, in the Pentagon. That is where 184 people died when the plane crashed into that building. A lot of stories, a lot of memories, a lot of pictures of that day that many of you will remember. A story I want to tell you now is of retired Army Sergeant First Class Chris Brayman. He was there, running in while many people were running out of the building. He's the former airborne Ranger, spent 60 straight hours digging through that smoldering debris. Says he was just running on adrenaline. He oftentimes was the one who found the bodies in that rubble, and he has now over the years formed a bond with many of those family members, and he joins me this morning. Sir, thank you so much for being here. I know you have shared your story time and time again, have been a part of a number of events over the past 10 years. Does it ever get too difficult for you, or are you always proud and happy to share your stories of that day?
Well, first of all, it's an honor to be here and speak with you, but you never get tired of telling the truth. You never get tired of telling the story, because you don't want anybody to forget what actually happened on that horrific day. Because 9/11 is about all of us collectively, not just one individual. And to get out there and speak to the American people is a wonderful honor.
Sir, we've 10 years now, 10 of these anniversaries, and I'm sure you've done events or interviews on each of those anniversaries. But on this one, what are your thoughts, your reflections?
Well, one, I've thought of gratitude to be alive, and 2, to reflect on today's events with the families and the survivors and those who perished on that day, to let the world know that God was there on that horrific day, and to know that the world didn't forget. I mean, that's the most important thing that each of these family members would hope that the rest of the world would remember their family member who sacrificed on that horrific day.
You said the world wouldn't forget. Does it ever get any easier, sir?
Actually, no. I just pray before I go out and talk with people, and what happens is I just, it's never easy to tell a story. I actually go through a series of, I guess, PTSD elements where I actually relive it every time I tell the story.
Sir, how will you spend today?
With my wife and family, which is most important. Every anniversary, I always try to make sure that I'm with my wife, no matter where I'm at in the country. It's always with family, because that's the most important thing in life, is the grounding in with one's core element, which is your family.
Sir, would you say that is one of a number of ways that you were changed by what you went through on 9/11? You speak of family and the importance of it, and I'm sure it got even more important to you after 9/11. But what other ways has your life changed since then?
Well, 9/11, I was mentally, spiritually, and physically humbled on that day. The amount of debt that I had in my hands during the recovery time, it changed me. Mentally, spiritually, and physically, I was humbled. And I look at life differently. The little things actually matter. That to making sure that that I tell my wife I love her every day, and to actually mean it. And to look at my children. I look at the family differently.
Well, Mr. Brayman, I appreciate you taking the time out with us on this anniversary. You enjoy the day with your wife and your family members on this day. But thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here.
All right, and as we get a little daylight here at Ground Zero in New York, stay with us on this special edition of CNN Sunday Morning. The president expected to leave D.C. in just a moment, heading here to New York to be a part of the ceremonies, which started about 8:30 Eastern Time, and you will see it all right here on CNN. Stay with us. We're at the bottom of the hour on this CNN Sunday Morning, a special edition. You're seeing a live picture of Marine One just got to Andrews Air Force Base. The president will be heading to Washington, from Washington, I should say, here to New York City. He's about to board Air Force One. He's expected to be here at Ground Zero, where I am, in just about an hour and a half. To arrive here. The ceremony starts in about 2 hours at 8:30 Eastern Time. The president, the former president, George W. Bush, the governors of New York and New Jersey here as well. And now there you are seeing the president of the United States and the First Lady, Michelle Obama, on this 9/11 anniversary. The president will be delivering remarks here at Ground Zero, again, being a part of the ceremony today on this day, 10 years after the 9/11 attacks. And as we stay with this picture of the president this morning, give you an idea of how the rest of this morning will go. Ceremonies will take place here at Ground Zero. Ceremonies happening in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, as well as in Washington, D.C. The president has committed to being at them all. He will start here in New York, but then he will make his way over to Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Shanksville, of course, is where United Flight 93, everyone's so familiar with that story, of those 40 passengers and crew who made sure that plane didn't make it to its intended target. Had it not been for those folks on that plane, who knows what would have happened in Washington, D.C. But the president will remember them all here at Ground Zero, of course. So much focus here, and for good reason. 2,753 people were killed here at Ground Zero on September 11th. Another 184 killed in Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon. CNN will be bringing you coverage all day long of all of the ceremonies taking place. I'm here once again at Ground Zero, and I will again give you another shot. Just the pictures this morning as we're starting to get some daylight here at Ground Zero in New York. It is just a gorgeous sight and a fitting tribute and memorial to the victims of that day. As you see this picture, those two huge reflecting pools that you are seeing, those are the footprints of the Twin Towers. It's hard to imagine now that that is where those two towers stood, and that is where they fell. Those huge reflecting pools have the names of every single person who was killed on this day 10 years ago. It also has the names of the victims who were killed in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. But this is where so many people will gather today, including the president. You might be able to see in the bottom left of your screen, that is where the main ceremony will be taking place. You're seeing people starting to gather here at Ground Zero this morning. Our Susan Candiotti is here with me to help me set the scene. Susan, good morning to you once again.
Good morning, TJ. You know, the preparations that have been going on for so long are finally almost complete as the ceremony is getting closer and closer to beginning here. And as you look around, you can see, and down on the street even, that some of the family members and invited guests are starting to arrive. I've seen families, I've seen them carrying babies and pushing babies in strollers as well. And the ceremony will be starting at about 8:30 Eastern Time here. It will begin by hearing those melodic bagpipes and drummers as they march down to the platform here. And then at 8, there will be a moment of silence marked by the mayor of the city, and then the bells will toll throughout the city of New York. At 8:46, to mark the time when the first flight, Flight 11, hit the North Tower, there will be another moment of silence. And then President Obama will read something to the crowd here. And then another moment of silence at 9:03 to mark when the second flight, Flight 175, hit the South Tower. Then former President George W. Bush will make a reading as well. There will be additional moments of silence to mark the times when the towers fall. Yo-Yo Ma will perform on his cello. We will hear from James Taylor and Paul Simon as well. They will also perform for those gathered here. But also there will be many touching moments, among them The families will be entering the plaza for the very first time, getting to look at the memorial here. They will get to walk under the plaza, look at the reflecting pools, and move up to the edge, because on those edges, ringing the reflecting pools, are etched in bronze the names of all of those who died here. They will be able to see them, touch them, photograph them for the very first time. TJ?
All right, Susan Candiotti, thank you. And if we can, keep that picture up for me, Deidre. The picture there of these huge reflecting pools. It's hard to really tell the story and try to describe what you are seeing, but this is simply gorgeous. This is one footprint you're seeing there of one of the towers, but the two footprints, that is where the towers actually stood. Amazing to think. But this will open to the public starting tomorrow. They wanted to have it ready for the 10th anniversary, and it is ready. It will be dedicated today, but starting tomorrow, the public will be able to make reservations ahead of time, but still, it will be open for the public to come down and visit. Well, as we continue on this special edition of CNN Sunday Morning, coming up next, we know we have heard so many stories of survivors, but also of family members who lost loved ones. We're going to check in with our Soledad O'Brien. She's going to be talking to someone who lost a husband on this day 10 years ago. Stay with us on this special edition of CNN Sunday Morning. At about 40 minutes past the hour now on this CNN Sunday Morning, a special edition coming to you from Ground Zero in New York City on this 10th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. 2,753 people were killed right here behind me at Ground Zero on this day 10 years ago. Many of them fathers, husbands, sons, wives, daughters, you name it. And a lot of good friends were killed right here. I want to check in once again with our Soledad O'Brien. She's at Riverside Park, and she is standing by with someone who lost a husband on this day. Hello to you once again, Soledad.
Right, TJ, thank you. Jennifer McNamara is the widow of a firefighter. His name was John McNamara, and he did not die on 9/11. He was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer in 2006, and Jennifer joins us this morning to talk a little bit about the path that you've had. He was a firefighter for 10 years, right?
Correct, yes.
Do you believe that his colon cancer, a very aggressive form of colon cancer, was connected to his work on at Ground Zero?
Absolutely. I have no doubt in my mind. You don't find a cancer that aggressive in that young a man with no genetic predisposition otherwise.
How many hours did you spend working on the pile?
Over 500.
When he was diagnosed with colon cancer, what was the first thing you thought of?
Our son. I was pregnant at the time, 4 months pregnant, and our future, and what's going to happen. Is he going to be here to see his son born? Is he going to be here to raise his son?
The Zadroga bill, which finally passed, dedicated $4.3 billion to survivors of 9/11 and people who are dealing with some issues, but not cancer. Cancer was a main exception in that bill. Correct. I know you've been working very hard to change that. Why?
Because it's clear to me by the number of funerals that I have been to, the number of people that I have seen die of cancer, that cancer is got to be included. There's no doubt that cancer, that toxic soup that was down there, is causing all these people to die. I have been to 50 funerals in the last 2 years, all cancer. I don't hear of anybody dying of anything other than cancer.
The memorial that's taking place at Ground Zero today is not open to people like you. It's not open to firefighters and rescue workers down at Ground Zero. Does that upset you?
It does. Not for myself. I don't want to be there. But I think that the guys who work down there should be there. They have their friends there. They have their family there. They have their brothers there. And it's as much a place for them to grieve and to mourn as it is for the families. And I believe they should be allowed there.
You've, since your husband died in 2009, you've really taken on a couple of fights on a couple of fronts. I know he left a list of sort of the things he wanted you to do.
He did.
In his death. What was on that list?
There was everything from where he wanted his ashes spread to taking Jack, my son, to Disney, to his sister moving, to creating a community center in Blue Point, where we live, out in Long Island. And we've created a foundation, the Johnny Mack Foundation, and we are working towards building a community center in his name.
You're also fighting to try to get cancer added to that Zadroga bill.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I work with John Field from the Feel Good Foundation. We write letters, we talk, we come on shows like this, and we make sure that people are aware that cancer needs to be included. There are people out there who are sick. They don't have benefits. They need help. And the only way they're going to get it is if cancer is added.
I've seen your son running around this morning. He's a little redhead, 4.5 years old. Would you want him to grow up to be a firefighter?
If that's what he wanted, absolutely. I think it is the most honorable profession. I could think of no better profession for him to be in, to follow his father's footsteps. There's nothing better. My husband always said it was the best job in the world. He said he would do it again. He would do everything that he did again, no matter what, even knowing he got sick.
Thanks for talking with us this morning, and good luck with your fight. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You know, Jennifer McNamara's story, TJ, is not the exception. We've heard many versions of people saying anecdotally that they have attended funerals, dozens, maybe more people who, firefighters or rescue workers who have died of cancer, and they're waiting to see if, in fact, the Zadroga bill will be expanded to actually cover cancers, not only for compensation, but also for medical care. TJ?
All right, Soledad, thank you so much. And Soledad, we're going to check in with you in just a moment. Once again, going to be talking to the fire commissioner there. Thank you so much. And also to our viewers, here we are about 1/4 to the top of the hour here. You're watching a special edition of this CNN Sunday morning on the 10th anniversary of 9/11. Daylight starting to break here in New York City at Ground Zero. People starting to collect and gather for a ceremony that's taking place at about 8:30 Eastern time, again, to commemorate all those who lost their lives on this day 10 years ago. Stay with us. And at about 13 minutes of the top of the hour here on this September 11th, 2011, we can show you something that just happened moments ago at the Pentagon. Huge flag, American flag, being unfurled on the side of the building. There, of course, is where 184 people lost their lives when at 9:37 a.m. 10 years ago today, American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the building. And now we can show you a live picture of it this morning. Ceremonies taking place there, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and of course, right here at Ground Zero in New York City, where I am this morning. I want to say good morning once again to our Soledad O'Brien. She is at the Firefighters Memorial. The firefighters played such a role on this day 10 years ago. 343 were killed, and I understand you have the fire commissioner with you now.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're about 8 miles north of where you are, TJ. We're at 100th Street and Riverside Drive, and we are with the fire department's commissioner, Salvatore Cassano. Thank you for being with us, and I know we are the first stop here of a very busy day for you. At 7 o'clock, you'll do the wreath-laying ceremony. Tell me a little bit about that.
Sure. On the first anniversary of the attacks of September 11th, we thought what would be the best place to start our day, and the monument behind us is the Firefighters Monument, 100 years old. It's a lot of tradition, and we thought, let's honor everybody that was killed in the line of duty. Let's honor everybody that served in this department, active and retired, and pay tribute and homage to their commitment and dedication and bravery and self-sacrifice. And we think this is the perfect spot to start what is a very emotional and long day.
You'll be heading then down to Ground Zero, but most of the firefighters and the police department members are not invited to those ceremonies. Does that annoy you?
No, as far as the fire department, we've had a huge ceremony over here. You're going to see 4,000 or 5,000 firefighters here about 9:30. And there are ceremonies throughout all firehouses in the city where most of our people go. It hasn't been, the World Trade Center hasn't really been a place where the fire department has gone as a department. We felt a much stronger bond at the firehouse where our families would go, spend some quiet time together. So not being at the World Trade Center isn't something that we did anyway. So we're not upset. It's something that we haven't really done in the past 10 years. After the World Trade Center, I have a ceremony at our museum where we have military come, and then I'll visit a few firehouses where there are ceremonies, and then I finish up my night in Staten Island at a beautiful memorial postcards.
So a really busy and I'm sure very emotional day for you today. What's changed in the last 10 years? You know, when you read the transcripts of what transpired on 9/11, the communication and lack of it, the radios that didn't work for firefighters who were heading up into the towers, not really understanding what else was happening outside of the towers, not really getting good intelligence from the choppers flying overhead. Has all of that been improved for firefighters?
Sure, there's so many things that have changed. We could be here till next September if I could talk about it, but I will tell you some of the things. People said some of our radios didn't work. Well, inside the buildings our radios worked because we have transcripts where people had said they heard the evacuation order. But looking back at that, we have changed. We have a much more powerful radio now. It has 3 bands, 16 channels. We have interoperability. We can speak to the police department on that radio. We even developed our own very, very powerful post radio, which is what all chiefs carry, 45 watts. We've used it in every building, every high-rise building to see if it works. It works from the lobby up to the top floor. So our communications has improved tremendously. Some of the other things, we'll put a battalion chief in a helicopter for a major incident. That gives us that 5th side, that above aerial view, and we can see all 4 sides, and we can see from the roof down.
And you really rebuilt the force
we've,
as well.
We've hired over 6,000 firefighters, promoted over 3,000 officers.
Right.
We're better prepared, better equipped, more resilient. Right now, we have almost 100 people upstate New York and Binghamton, helping them to alleviate that flood condition. We've gone out west. We've fought in wildland fires. We sent 700 firefighters to New Orleans for Hurricane Katrina. We are much more resilient, and we're paying it forward. We're thanking all the people that helped us in the last 10 years.
That's good. Well, thank you for joining us this
You're
morning.
welcome.
We certainly appreciate your
Thank
time,
you.
and good luck with your day. I know it's going to be a tough one.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. So, TJ, a start of his day, we're going to begin with that wreath-laying ceremony that's going to happen in probably about 7 minutes right here, and then that will kick off all the Ground Zero events that will be happening where you are later this morning. TJ?
All right. We'll check in with you again so that thank you so much. We will be going back to that in just a few minutes when it takes place, but also to our viewers coming up. We have been showing you this morning the 9/11 Memorial, officially dedicated today, will be open to the public tomorrow. Those huge reflecting pools, those pools you see down there. Well, also something else that's not quite ready to open, but they're getting it ready, the 9/11 Museum. The director of the museum joins me next. Stay with us for this special edition of this CNN Sunday Morning. Hey, welcome back to the special edition of CNN Sunday Morning, coming to you from Ground Zero on this 10th anniversary of 9/11. Special guest with me this morning, a lady with a big responsibility, Alice Greenwald, who's director of the 9/11 Memorial Museum. Thank you for being here. I know it's a busy day
It's a pleasure.
For you. We've been showing the pictures, live pictures of the memorial, the reflecting pools that we're showing, but right there in the center, we focus some attention because that is the museum. You're just saying it's constructed for the most part, but right now, what are you still working on? Collecting things to put in it?
Well, we're actually working on the interior work to finish everything on the inside. We've brought some of the larger artifacts in already, and we'll be placing them in the next few months. Plus, we're actually fabricating exhibitions right now so that we can begin installation in 3 or 4 months.
And you say artifacts. What kinds of things can people expect to see in it?
Oh, my goodness. It's a range.
Yeah.
We have monumental pieces of World Trade Center steel, vehicles, FDNY fire trucks, ambulances. But we also have intimate material, the memorabilia of some of the people who perished. We have wonderful things that come from some of the tributes that people have made in memory of these people.
What is your deadline now? When do you want to be ready?
Well, we are going to be open September 2012. So everything is on go. We start tomorrow the 365-day countdown to the opening of the museum.
Why will this one be so important to where we are right now? People will come and they want to stop and reflect and they see the names of the pools, but what will that centerpiece now, which is literally right in the center, what is it going to mean to this area?
Well, you know, I think there's a beautiful balance between a memorial that speaks to absence and a museum that presents the presence of what remains. And the museum will be a place not only of commemoration, but of education. So that for the generations that were too young to remember what happened on 9/11 or were not born yet, there will be a place to come to learn.
Well, Ms. Ringwald, I appreciate you taking the time. I know it's a very busy day for you. We will see you. You said this countdown, this 364-day countdown will begin, but it will be ready next year. We will certainly be here for it. I know it's a labor of love for you. It's been a lot of work over the years.
Thanks
Thank you so much for taking the time with us. As we get close to the top of the hour here on this CNN Sunday morning, stay with us. We're going to be checking in with the firefighters memorial ceremony taking place there. We'll take you there live in just a matter of minutes. Stay with us. Good morning to you all once again. You're at the top of the hour here on this CNN Sunday morning, a special edition coming to you live from Ground Zero in New York. We are, of course, on this 10th anniversary of September 11th, and the shot you're seeing there is of the World Trade Center 1 tower being erected here, and also you're seeing the memorial pools, those reflecting pools, the memorial being dedicated today, the official 9/11 memorial. Those two huge pools will be open to the public to see starting tomorrow. They have the names of all of the people who died as a result of the attacks on this day 10 years ago. Of course, the thoughts today are to the victims and many of the victims' families, and also to many of the firefighters, 343 that died as a result of the attacks on this day 10 years ago. Our Soledad O'Brien is standing by at Riverside Park, expecting a special ceremony there to take place any moment now. Soledad, you take it away. Tell us what we are expecting to see.
Yeah, absolutely, TJ. So we're at the Firefighters Memorial, which is about 8 miles north of your location at Ground Zero. In 1913, they dedicated this quite beautiful memorial structure here. It's wonderful, and it has two sculptures. One says sacrifice and one says duty. And it's been a place where, after the first anniversary of the attacks, firefighters started to come to try to honor their dead, the 343 firefighters who lost their lives in 9/11, and they wanted a place, they said, where there would be no speeches, no politicians, that it would be just very simple, a way to remember people who gave up, you know, everything, who made the ultimate sacrifice because they believe very strongly in doing their jobs, you know, trying to rescue people. So once again, they will come here today to have a memorial, but it's no longer a small memorial because it's the 10th anniversary, and because, TJ, they really are not invited down to where you are at Ground Zero. We're expecting maybe thousands of people to come here at 100th Street and Riverside Drive to take part in this celebration. So this morning at 7 a.m., and obviously it's going to start any minute. You can see some of the shots. They're getting ready to start a wreath-laying ceremony. The fire commissioner will do that, and then he will make his way downtown. It's the start of the official events for Ground Zero for him, and probably a very long day for him. But then we're expecting after that many people to come, and starting a little bit later this morning, you know, just to join in those moments that are the sort of the key moments of remembrance here, and as well as the same times, obviously, that at Ground Zero were very important. One of the things that we've been told by the organizers, and there you can see it now, they're putting the wreath into place with the number 343, representing, of course, the 343 firefighters who lost their lives. On the grass on either side of this memorial, TJ, and it's a shot we'll show you later, they've put these little sticks, and later we'll see flags to be placed there. It's pretty stunning when you see just the sheer number, each stick, of course, representing an individual who died on that day. And that, of course, is the fire commissioner, and he is bringing the wreath up the stairs. The start of the ceremony here at the Firefighters Memorial on 100th Street and Riverside Drive. And while this, TJ, is the start of the official ceremonies of the day, it's very simple. And it's really what the 5 original firefighters who started this tradition after 9/11 wanted. Just to simply remember people who made the ultimate sacrifice.
And Soledad, as we watch this, and it's unfortunate that there has to be any controversy today, and you talked to some of these firefighters today, and I didn't get a sense in listening to them necessarily that they were bitter or angry, but at the same time, a little disappointed that they're not, you know, and it's almost going to be shocking to some people around the country to hear, wait a minute, what, the firefighters aren't invited down to the ceremony this morning?
Yeah, and while they have a moment of prayer, remembering the 343 firefighters who lost their lives, I think that's a really accurate way to put it, TJ, which is they have not been invited down to Ground Zero, which means that for some, that's just disappointing. I think other people are angry. Other firefighters are angry. We heard from the fire commissioner, though. He said, listen, this is not really where the fire department would go anyway. That they felt that, you know, they go back to their firehouses or they go to another place to have a moment of silence or a remembrance. And he didn't feel like it was something that was a big deal in his mind. But we've heard from some firefighters and firefighter families, just the idea of not being invited has the tone, if you will, of an insult. Mayor Bloomberg has said there's just not room at the Ground Zero ceremonies where you are, TJ, and they can't have them. That is the fire commissioner, Salvatore Cassano, saying a few words. A very small crowd is gathered. I would estimate probably about, you know, just several dozen people, but we're seeing even more people stream in. And on either side of where I am, 5 blocks to my south and 10 blocks to my north, they will be blocking off Riverside Drive because they're expecting thousands of people today. So this very simple ceremony, the kickoff to the Ground Zero ceremonies, and the kickoff for us as well to what we will be seeing here at the Firefighters Memorial. TJ?
All right, Soledad, thank you so much. And as we see this picture of this ceremony, as she was mentioning there, this is just one of a number that'll be happening today. This is really kind of starting off the day, this ceremony you're seeing here. We'll see several throughout the day. The next one, of course, is going to be starting at 8:30 here at Ground Zero. The president, we understand, President Obama, is in the air on his way from Washington, D.C. here. He'll take part in the ceremony. Several moments of silence today. 8:46, the first moment of silence when the first plane hit the tower here at Ground Zero. Another moment of silence at 9:03, another at 9:37, another at 10:03. Those are the 4 times when the 4 planes crashed that day 10 years ago. And also today, we will see Washington, D.C., another ceremony taking place there. This is at the Pentagon you're seeing now. That huge American flag was unfurled just a short time ago. It'll hang there throughout the day. We're expecting the Vice President as well as the Defense Secretary, Leon Panetta, to take part in a ceremony that'll happen there around 9:30 Eastern Time. And, of course, in Shanksville, Pennsylvania today, they just dedicated phase 1 of the permanent memorial to the heroes of Flight 93 who helped bring down that plane so it wouldn't reach its intended target. President Obama, after he leaves here at New York Ground Zero, he'll head over to Shanksville, Pennsylvania to be a part of the ceremony there. CNN, of course, will bring you all of those ceremonies live right here. Our Susan Candiotti has been joining me here this morning at Ground Zero. She joins me once again. Susan, as we're starting to see the sun come up here at Ground Zero, a beautiful, cool morning this morning, and families are starting to gather, and it's starting to buzz, if you will, downstairs.
It really is a magnificent sight, isn't it? And all of us have been here for hours already, pre-dawn. And now you saw a lot of scurrying around, a lot of security, police gathering. And now finally, it's a different sense as we get closer to the beginning of the ceremony. I'm going to pan off camera just a little bit now because you can see just a bit of how the streets remain closed to traffic here. That's another indication of how tight the security is around here. It is open only to foot traffic involving police officers, families who are coming here by bus, and other invited guests and dignitaries. And they are escorted by bus to a certain spot. They get off the bus, and then they walk down the street to the beginning of the platform. Among these family members, of course, are those who have lost loved ones, are also relatives and survivors. And for the very first time this morning, they will get to walk on this plaza. Many of them were here just a year ago when it looked nothing like this. The amount of progress is really stunning. But now they see the reflecting pools finished, they see the water running, and they will be able to touch and feel for the very first time the names of those who died here, etched in bronze, around the rim of those reflecting pools, which of course mark the footprints of the World Trade Center towers. And that is what the families will get to experience this day for the very first time, as well as what they do every year, reading the names of their loved ones who passed away, some of them carrying photographs of them as well, wearing T-shirts with the names of those who died. It's a remarkable ceremony every year, even more so this year, TJ.
All right, Susan Candiotti, thank you so much. And it's important to note, as we are stopping to pause on this day to remember the victims, the security here is quite jarring and unsettling in some ways. It's a security like really New York, which has seen plenty of security scares over the years, and they're used to dealing with police presence. Well, it's even ramped up even more. As you know, this is coming at a time where we are under a new threat. We are being told possibly that there is a plot to coincide with the 9/11 anniversary. We just showed you a shot there a moment ago. We have spotted snipers on the roof in some places. We knew that was going to happen, but Ground Zero and New York in a lot of ways under security like they have never seen before because of this anniversary and also because of this new possible threat that security officials are still checking out. We'll have more on that throughout the morning. But just a gorgeous morning as the sun begins to rise in New York and on Ground Zero in particular. Coming up, Candy Crowley will be joining me live right here on set. She'll be taking over at 8 o'clock Eastern time, but she'll join me with the preview in just a moment. And also this morning, we'll be looking back at some of those defining moments, or really some of the moments of this day 10 years ago, including some of the news coverage of that day. Take a look and listen.
American 11, turn 20 degrees right.
Right, American 11.
American 11, if you hear Boston Center, ident please or acknowledge.
We have some planes, just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We're turning to the airport.
This just in, you were looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
Sorry. It's 1:15 now on this CNN Sunday morning special edition coming to you from Ground Zero. Nice to say good morning to Candy Crowley. Talk to you every Sunday, and nice to be sitting next to you for a change. But can you believe it's been 10 years? I hear that from so many people that, wow, it's 10 years.
10 years. And sometimes it seems like a century ago. And other times you think, especially being up here in New York, I have to say it does seem a lot closer than 10 years. I'm sure it does for these families.
Yeah, and 10 years ago, of course, you were, and we all were, I guess you could say, even if we were off work, you got to work pretty quickly that day. But you were on a plane on September 11th.
Elizabeth Dole was announcing her Senate run in North Carolina, and we were en route from Washington to Charlotte. I remember looking at my watch right as we touched down. It was 8:45, and of course the first plane hit the North Tower at 8:46. Got off the plane, checked in with the desk. They said, yeah, keep going. There's a plane, something ran into one of the Twin Towers, but keep going. But by the time we got to the rental car, it was come home. Yeah. And of course you couldn't get home by plane, so we rented a car. Yeah. The weirdest thing I have to say on that day was driving north toward Washington, and so should we go straight to New York? Should we go back to Washington, et cetera, was all of these signs, digital signs that they can change that said Washington, D.C. closed. And we kept looking at each other thinking, what do you mean Washington, D.C. is closed? Like, how do you do that? And it was very weird.
All right. On this day, we are, of course, remembering what happened, remembering the attacks, but we're also getting a fresh reminder of how our world has changed with living under constant threat, quite frankly. This country has been on a heightened state of alert for the past 10 years, literally, but now we're being asked to be even more vigilant once again because of these possible attacks, a possible threat now of attack on the 9/11 anniversary. How does that even change our dynamic today? Not just a security dynamic, but our mindset on a day. We got enough to remember and think back on, but now we have a new, fresh reminder of the world we live in.
Sure. I mean, we've had the suicide bomber in Afghanistan already, toward coalition forces, it seems. What strikes me is not so much that, okay, we're on alert, because frankly, most people still don't know exactly what that means. You look suspiciously at a suitcase or whatever it happens to be, but that it's so a part of the thing. Yeah. I didn't have one relative say to me, well, this may say more about my family than anything, but say to me, what, you're going to New York, but they've got these, it's a part of life now. And I don't think I thought twice about it, frankly, coming up here. I had one be careful from his son, but mostly it's like, It's just a part of the fabric now of how we live, especially on days of anniversary days. They're big old targets.
And certainly New York and the people of New York, more so than anybody in this country, they live with it day in, day out. They talked about some of the inconveniences, really, of the security just shutdown over the past couple of days. But so many others we talked to simply say, yeah, did anything blow up? No, it didn't. We're safe. Block whatever street you need to block. Do whatever you need to do.
I saw somebody tweeted in New York saying, you know, I was going to come down for dinner tonight, but now I'm not going to come, not because I'm scared, but because the traffic's so bad, because they, you know, did all of these checkpoints.
And a gorgeous, and now as you sit here, starting to see the sun hit your face here, just a gorgeous, gorgeous shot of the sun rising here at Ground Zero. And we're just a few minutes away. Candy will be back at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock Eastern time, along with Anderson Cooper to continue our coverage, showing all the remembrances happening around the country. Good to see you. Good to see you, too. Good to see you. And to our viewers, quick break here, but in just a moment, we're going to let you hear some of the stories from the firefighters from this day 10 years ago. Those firefighters who, of course, did that heroic work and were finding people in the rubble. Stay with us for this special edition of CNN Sunday Morning. Good morning once again from Ground Zero for this special edition of CNN Sunday Morning, and just a gorgeous morning. You have heard the stories, and that's what everybody will tell you. It was a morning like no other, September 11th, 10 years ago. Just a gorgeous, beautiful morning, maybe like the one we're having this morning, where it looked like nothing could go wrong, and then all of a sudden the country and the world changed, and so many lives changed along with it. Now, we have been talking a lot this morning about the families, the victims, the first responders, and in fact, the firefighters. But now I want you to listen to some of the firefighters telling some of the stories in their own words of what they went through that day going through the rubble.
March 25th, 2002, we're down there, and we had found the helmet. My son's helmet was crushed, and he had the 114 on it, and he had his name on it. So we knew he'd probably be nearby. With that, a whole crew of us got down there on our hands and knees, and we dug, with our hands. And we usually had the big grapplers. Once we found that, we came in, and that's when we would move in. And found him in his turnout coat, his turnout pants, and his boots. And decomposition had set in. It was naturally 6 months later, and we wrapped his body in an American flag, put him in a body bag, wrapped him in an American flag, just like we did all the people that died down there. We wrapped them in American flags, and we put them on the stretchers, and we had a procession out, and we lined up all the men. Everybody stopped. There was no digging. My 3 sons came. My one son, Timmy, was in the fire department then. They brought him down, and my other 2 sons were young and were at home, and I called up, and they came over.
We were actually all there when we found my brother. My dad brought us down there, and we were all actually able to carry him out.
It was a lot of emotion, and it was sad, and everybody at the site, they lined up along the ramp, and we went down, and everybody was very respectful. You could feel the love there, like from a lot of the guys, the firemen, the cops, the Port Authority cops, everyone. Everyone was just together like family, and you could feel the support.
It shows the type of person my dad is. He was there the next day after the funeral, making sure that he could help the other fathers and other people find their missing. We didn't just give up. We made sure everyone got to go home,
They stayed till the end, until they got every last person out of there. There were times I couldn't, some days you just couldn't go down. Your body was just, emotionally and physically, you were destroyed. And he, I don't know how he did it for the year that he did do it.
That is from 9/11, Portraits of Resilience. That is an HBO special that'll be airing a little later this morning. Also a little later this morning, actually coming your way at the top of the hour, CNN special live coverage of 9/11 will continue. The main ceremony, I guess you could say, here at Ground Zero will take place at 8:30. President Obama expected to land here in New York shortly, and he will make his way here to Ground Zero to take part in the ceremony. Former President George W. Bush will be here as well, but right now we just have a gorgeous sun rising on Ground Zero on this September 11th morning, on this 10th anniversary. We can see the family members gathered for the ceremony, and this is the day that the memorial will be dedicated today here at Ground Zero. Also, a live picture we're showing you as well of the Capitol, Washington, D.C. Ceremonies taking place there as well. Stay with us for our live coverage of this September 11th anniversary. Good morning once again on another gorgeous September morning. September 11th, 2011 now, 10-year anniversary of those attacks. The sun is coming up on what is just a gorgeous, gorgeous New York morning. Many people will tell you it was just like this. It was a gorgeous September morning. 10 years ago today, when it looked like nothing in the world could go wrong, and then all of a sudden the world changed. Because of what happened here at Ground Zero in Washington, D.C. and Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the world changed, and the course of the lives of many American men and women changed. Our military men and women. Our Suzanne Malveaux has been visiting with our troops in Kabul, Afghanistan. She joins me once again. Suzanne, hello, and how do they plan on marking this day?
Oh, TJ, it's a beautiful sunny day here as well in Kabul, Afghanistan. It's been kind of a quiet day for many soldiers. We've seen many of them come up to this circle here. There's some flags behind here, about 35 flags representing all the nations of the international coalition. This is where they're going to be holding a formal ceremony. They've had several rehearsals. It's clear that they're taking this day very seriously. It's going to start in earnest about 5 o'clock p.m. That is local time, about 8.5 hours ahead of you. And there will be a moment of silence at 5:16 local time. That is the time that the first plane hit the first Twin Tower. And what does this mean for the men and women here? For a lot of them, it is the reason they are here. It's the reason they joined the military. There are others who I spoke to, TJ, who they were in elementary school on that day, and they just remember getting out of school early and watching TV and having their parents explain to them what terrorism means and what terrorism is. And there are many of these guys, some who were in the Pentagon at the time of the attacks, who have feelings that are very raw, very real. They talk about every day, thinking about that day, thinking about the moment of the attack and what it means to them professionally as well as personally, TJ.
All right, and also a reminder on this day as well, Suzanne, of what they are fighting for. There was an attack in eastern Afghanistan. Tell us about that.
Well, you're right, because there's a certain sense of anxiety, anticipation, what to expect today, if there was going to be any kind of retaliation. Well, it happened on the eve of September 11th. It was just last night, about 5:30 local time. We are told it happened about 60 miles west of where we are. It was a combat outpost, a truck bomb that exploded. 2 Afghan civilians were killed. There were a lot of injuries, TJ. You're talking about 77 from the international coalition, about 25 Afghan civilians, mostly minor injuries, but nevertheless, a lot of people involved in this. We had an opportunity this morning to talk to General John Allen. He is the head of the U.S. and NATO mission here in Afghanistan. It was an exclusive interview, and he told us what he believes this attack means and also the threat, the mission that is taking place here in Afghanistan.
I think it really indicates much more about what the Taliban are unable to do than what they're able to do. This attack was a high-profile attack. It was a pretty significant suicide vehicle bomb. But they have been ejected from the population in so many places around the country that their only ability to influence the battlefield on many occasions is simply the high-profile attack.
And TJ, the general also acknowledged that, look, this is a long fight. It is a long haul, that there are still threats around the world, that the Taliban, if they're going to try to get to Americans or others, that there are ways that they can do that. So they are still very much in the fight. The main goal now here is to try to get the Afghans up to speed, to make sure that they can have their own security, provide and protect their own people. That by the end of 2014, that is the goal when U.S. and NATO combat troops come home. home. But General Allen also said, look, we're going to be in this for the long haul. You're going to have a huge civilian effort. There are going to be trainers here. There's going to be military here for years and years to come to make sure that this country is stable, that the Taliban and Al-Qaeda do not gain power again and use this country as a safe haven, and that there will be other hot spots in other places that the U.S. military is going to be critical. TJ?
All right, Suzanne Malveaux for us in Kabul. Thank you this morning. And as we continue our coverage on this 10th anniversary of 9/11, starting to hear bagpipes in the distance. The ceremonies are well underway here. We are seeing a number of them take place already this morning. And then at 8:30, that is when the president is expected here. President Obama, along with the former president, George W. Bush, taking part in the 9/11 memorial ceremony here at Ground Zero. We will bring you all of those ceremonies throughout the day here in Washington, D.C., as well as in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. But coming up next, we'll join our Soledad O'Brien once again, talking to one of the survivors of this day 10 years ago. Stay with us.
There, as you can see, perhaps the second tower, the front tower, the top portion of which is collapsing. Good Lord. There are no words.
And welcome back to this special edition of CNN Sunday Morning on this 10th anniversary of September 11th. Going to give you a look down at the memorial site. The memorial, those two huge reflecting pools, dedicated today at a ceremony that starts at 8:30 Eastern Time. You can see people starting to collect. Many of the family members of people who were lost were invited today. They will be there for the ceremony. Also, President Obama will be delivering remarks, as well as former President George W. Bush. That gets underway at 8:30 Eastern Time. And then at 8:46, of course, the moment when the first plane crashed into the tower here at Ground Zero. It will stop for a moment of silence, and we will hear bells toll across the city. There are so many stories from this day 10 years ago. I want to join our Soledad O'Brien once again, standing by with one of the survivors of this day. Good morning to you once again, Soledad.
Hey, TJ, good morning to you. Yeah, over my shoulder, they're starting to lay out the flags for the firefighters' memorial celebration that's going to happen here. It's going to begin in a couple hours. They had the first wreath laying not long ago, and they're putting those flags up, one to represent each firefighter, 343 who lost a life on 9/11. Nicole Simpson, though, is a survivor. She was working on the 73rd floor of Tower 2 when the first plane hit Tower 1. And so she started making her way out of the building, going out the stairs. After that, of course, the story changes. It's nice to have you, Nicole. Thanks for talking with us.
Thank you.
They made an announcement that the building was secure and started telling everybody to go back up to their offices. So you started heading back upstairs. What happened?
Well, they made the announcement, but they didn't indicate that we could go back upstairs. But I thought, well, if the building is secure, then I didn't have to evacuate at that time. And so when we got down to the 44th floor, because my two assistants and my receptionist was with me, then we made the decision to go back upstairs, got on the elevator, and instinctively got off the elevator. And I just say it was really divine intervention, an act of God, that pulled us off that elevator.
Why did you decide not to get on the elevator?
Well, I just instinctively just felt that we didn't need to get on the elevator. I really, again, I attribute it to it being a miracle in my life and it being an act of God.
What happened to that elevator?
Well, the elevators came crashing down not even 30 seconds later, and the door that I was standing in front of didn't open. But people alongside of me, they perished because when the Tower 2 was hit, the elevators, when they came crashing down, fireballs began to explode just based off of the impact. So people alongside of me did not fare well, but the elevator that I was standing in front of did not open.
You have said that you feel like there has not been a lot of attention given to survivors' stories over the last 10 years.
It hasn't. I mean, much information has been given, and compassion and empathy to the families of the deceased and the first responders, justifiably so, but the survivors have endured some trauma and some personal issues themselves
that story has not been addressed. And my concern is that every year when 9/11 rolls around, there's attention that's granted to it, but we're still trying to heal. We're still trying to get our lives together again. Many people are significantly depressed, have lost their jobs, lost their places of residence because they've not been able to cope with just the trauma of what they've endured, the images that are forever etched in my mind.
So anniversaries like this, is it just brutal for you to make it through this month?
Well, I think it depends on the given year. I mean, some years are easier for others to cope with, and I think it's really based off of what's going on in their lives. Like I can tell you, year 5, there was a lot of media attention given to it, but year 7 was my absolute worst year. And then, of course, this year it started a lot earlier because a decade is a long time to evaluate what's been going on in an individual's life. So it's a perfect opportunity to reflect, and we do that in our own lives.
TJ, Nicole has written a book. It's called 9/11/01, A Long Road Toward Recovery, where she wrote a lot about her experiences. And I should mention that the survivors also, people who did not lose a family member on 9/11, those survivors also are not invited to the ceremonies at Ground Zero where you are, which I think some of them have found very, very difficult. The only thing I'll add to you is, you know, I remember that day so clearly, and it was actually, there was not a cloud in the sky. It was much warmer than today. It was literally the most perfect day. And of course, everything would change not long after 8:30 in the morning. Back to you, TJ.
Yeah, another gorgeous day. Certainly a little cooler today, but just the picture here, and we're trying to share so that with our viewers across the country as much as we can, this picture, and trying to bring them in and be a part of this ceremony. So many people will be a part of it down there today. Thousands of people expected down here at Ground Zero today to be a part, and many of them, no, they won't be right up to the podium. Many of them won't be able to get close. Many of them not invited to the official ceremony, but still, people just want to be down here and be a part of what's happening today for this country. But it is just a gorgeous, gorgeous morning once again. Now, so much attention will be focused on New York, but also the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., as well as Shanksville, Pennsylvania. We'll be checking in at the Pentagon and in Washington, D.C. here in just a moment on this special edition of CNN Sunday Morning. We're at about a quarter of the top of the hour here on this CNN Sunday Morning, coming to you live this morning from Ground Zero in New York. We're just about 45 minutes. We're expecting a ceremony to start, a ceremony that will include President Obama and former President Bush as the nation stops to remember those who died in the attacks of 9/11. 2,753 people died as a result of the attacks here on the Twin Towers in New York, but also at 9:37 that morning 10 years ago, another plane struck at the Pentagon. 184 people were killed there. We'll also see ceremonies taking place there today. And in D.C. for us this morning is our own Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, good morning to you, and what are we expecting to see?
We're going to see a very moving ceremony here at the Pentagon, TJ. Later this morning, the Vice President Joe Biden will be here. In the afternoon, the President of the United States will come over here to the Pentagon as well, but that will be much later in the day. That American Airlines Flight 77 that took off from Dulles, Washington Dulles International Airport right outside of Washington at 8:20 a.m. It was on its way to Los Angeles to LAX. It made an unexpected U-turn, as we all know, hijacked by 5 terrorists, Al-Qaeda terrorists, and crashed into the Pentagon behind me at 9:37 a.m. That's when there will be a moment of silence. There were 125 victims on board, at the Pentagon, I should say. 59 people were on board. And then in addition, there were those 5 hijackers, 184 victims of this terrorist attack exactly 10 years ago today. And there will be a very moving ceremony. U.S. military, the Army, and the Navy will be performing renditions of Amazing Grace, Battle Hymn of the Republic, and we will hear from the Vice President of the United States. So many of those family members who've survived, so many of the victims' family members will be here as well. And there's a memorial, a series of benches honoring all those who died here at the Pentagon 10 years ago on this very day. So we'll be watching it, TJ, very closely. We'll have live coverage, obviously, of all of the events here in New York, in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. It's going to be one of those days a lot of us will remember. And certainly as we look back 10 years ago, almost everyone watching, I'm sure, remembers exactly where they were
when they heard that very, very disturbing news. So our coverage will be extensive throughout the morning here. TJ.
All right, Wolf, thank you so much. We'll check in with you again. And to our viewers, so we are getting close to the top of the hour, getting close to the first ceremony that will be taking place here. That include the president. The president stopping here, but also going to be making his way to Shanksville, Pennsylvania. That, of course, where those 40 brave passengers took that plane down to make sure it didn't reach its intended target. But also, another big part of the story of 9/11 has not just been what happened that day, but what happened afterwards and some of the health effects for some of the firefighters and other of the first responders who responded right down here to Ground Zero. We'll be checking in with our Sanjay Gupta for that part of the story in just a moment. Stay with us for our special coverage of this CNN Sunday morning, the 10th anniversary of September 11th. Now, as we approach the top of the hour on this CNN Sunday morning, the 10th anniversary of September 11th, and it is turning out to be a beautiful September morning once again. A little cool this morning, but the sun has come up on Ground Zero. We have families and other people coming down here to be a part of a ceremony. The president is on his way here. He'll be taking part in that ceremony that starts at 8:30 Eastern time. You'll certainly see it right here on CNN, but many people starting to collect, coming down to remember, to reflect, also to dedicate today the 9/11 memorial, those huge reflecting pools that are now going to be open to the public starting tomorrow. Now, in all of the stories that came out of 9/11, one of them that also came out were about the health effects of some of the first responders. Our Sanjay Gupta, who is also here in New York at Ground Zero, joins me now. Sanjay, good morning to you. And this story is one we didn't know about immediately after 9/11. It took us some years to figure it out, really.
But a lot of people suspected it at the time, TJ, because you, like me, and like so many others, saw so much of that toxic dust over lower Manhattan. And there was obviously this real push to try and do as much work as possible at that time, even search and recovery missions. But there was also a lot of people breathing in that dust. They suspected there might be health problems, but as you say, we now have better evidence 10 years later than we've had in the past of exactly what that dust did to some of the people. One of the most contentious issues, TJ, is the issue surrounding cancer. You know, if you talk to workers around here, they'll tell you that they believe there is a link, such as Ernie Valabona. I sat down with him over the last year to try and document what's been happening. Take a listen, TJ.
Camp right at the top of that mountain up there. A couple of camps.
Why him and not me? That question often crosses the minds of these two friends, Ernie Valabona and Bernie Kelly, former vice cops with the New York City Police Department. Partners. They arrived at Ground Zero within hours of the collapse.
We were watching the teams of firemen go in with their tools and their Scott packs, and they would just disappear right before our eyes. And
So like the distance IMT?
Yeah, that would, pretty much your hand would be like where your partner would disappear as you walked into that dust. And as we were walking in, and I had to hold on to the hood of his jacket, and Chris, he would disappear, and I would lose him, and I wouldn't even know where I was going.
Nobody had any kind of respirators, in the police department anyway. We didn't have any kind of respirators. So we were trying to wrap bandanas around our faces.
In a statement, the city of New York said emergency management experts and contractors quickly implemented safety protocols, including the requirement that respirators be worn, and that despite overwhelming logistical challenges, several 100,000 respirators were made available to workers within a week. But the reality for Valabona and his partner is that they never got one. 3 years after 9/11, Valabona was sick.
You're pretty convinced that your partner got sick because of what he saw and what he went through at Ground Zero?
I'm not a scientist, I'm not a doctor, but there were too many of my friends, including Ernie, who were getting these strange diseases that nobody could say where they came from or...
Do you wonder why you didn't get sick?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah, I mean, Ernie's standing here, another guy's standing here. Both these guys got sick and I didn't.
There was that question again. Why him and not me? And another mystery that lingers as persistently as the memories of the dust that enveloped them 10 years ago. Could that dust cause cancer?
Caller from the hospital. And I said, Bert, I'm not going to be coming back to work. They found a 11-centimeter mass inside my abdominal area, and they believe it's cancer.
Reality of the lives, TJ, for so many of these responders. And again, we're seeing more studies than ever about this association between dust and cancer. TJ, this is some of the dust here, and thankfully it's one of the few reminders that are left of what happened here 10 years ago. But this was a wholly unique substance, TJ. That was sort of the point. You had this amalgamation of chemicals, benzene and titanium, jet fuel, all of it lingering over the city for so long, people breathing it in. Oftentimes, you just heard they're unprotected, and that's the problem. People have analyzed this dust, and it is a mixture like they have never seen before, TJ.
All right, Sanjay Gupta, thank you so much, Doc. Good to see you. I am going to be handing over to Anderson Cooper and Candy Crowley here in just a moment as we approach the top of the hour here on this special edition of CNN Sunday Morning on this 10th anniversary of September 11th. We're getting set for a ceremony taking place at the bottom of the hour, 8:30 Eastern Time. That is when the President and former President George W. Bush will take part in the 9/11 memorial ceremony here at Ground Zero. Stay with us for our special coverage. Well, a day of remembrance is underway on this 10th anniversary of September 11th. Here at Ground Zero, where I am, the families are starting to gather. Firefighters, first responders are gathered here to remember what happened here 10 years ago today. But it's not just here in New York, also in Washington, D.C., as well as in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and really all across the country. The country will stop to remember what happened on this day. I want to thank you for being with us for this special edition of CNN Sunday Morning. Stay with CNN now as our continuing coverage and our special coverage of the 10th anniversary of September 11 continues with Candy Crowley and Anderson Cooper.
The images still shock, the heartbreak still hurts. For 10 years, we've lived with the scars, the fear, the proud moments. 9/11, 2011. This morning, we take time to remember, to hear stories seldom told.
Anyone want to help with the evacuation of Lower Manhattan? Report to Governor's Island.
When that call came on the radio, they were coming.
To look at how we've started to rebuild and to witness the determination, the resilience of America 10 years later.
And the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
Good morning to you. The sun peeking through the skyscrapers here in Lower Manhattan in New York City. 10 years ago at this moment, it was a day just like this, a day like any other, except for the two towers, 110 stories that for nearly 30 years defined this skyline, this city, this country. Today, a decade after the buildings fell, a different landscape emerges. Memories are enshrined alongside new towers rising to new and greater heights. Good morning. We'd like to welcome our viewers here in the United States and watching around the world to CNN's special coverage commemorating the 10th anniversary of the attacks on 9/11. I'm Anderson Cooper. I'm proud to be here alongside my CNN colleague, Candy Crowley, who's CNN State of the Union normally is seen each Sunday. What an incredibly glorious morning it is here.
It is, and you know, you should never be afraid of a beautiful morning. And yet, we saw 10 years ago how
quickly that can change.
It changes. So love it, but it's also just so eerily reminiscent of that day that was so cloudless in both, by the way, Washington, D.C. and in New York City and in Shanksville. The three places, you know, that were hit. This is a day to me, and we want to move forward and talk about the resilience of a country. This is a gorgeous place that's shaping up here. We saw the memorial fountains, but it's just a day that it just sort of like bricks on your chest.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was coming down here, and New York is obviously, the streets are largely empty of traffic. It's early in the morning on a Sunday. That's not surprising, but given the security concerns as well, I think a lot of people kind of staying off the streets. So I took a subway down here, and you just see so many family members who lost loved ones on that day. Some of them are wearing T-shirts with the pictures of the loved ones that they lost. They have all gathered here and are gathering around in the streets around this area for what is just going to be an extraordinary day of remembrances, as Candy said, not just here in New York, but also in Shanksville and by the Pentagon.
Nearly 3,000 people died that day, fellow Americans, as well as people from other countries working here in the World Trade Center, at the Pentagon, and in Shanksville, because we know New York City was not the only city that suffered on 9/11. Soon after that second plane hit the South Tower here in New York, and we realized this was no accident, word came of the attack at the Pentagon and a crash in rural Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Those locations have ceremonies of their own this morning. We have our Wolf Blitzer and John King covering those. We'll hear from them in just a moment. But first, here's what we can expect to see today in New York City. The ceremony begins in just about 30 minutes. Family members of the victims will read the names of every person lost that day, those who died here in New York, as well as in Washington and Pennsylvania, plus those who died during the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. We will also hear from President Obama and former President George W. Bush. This is not a day for political speeches, we are told, but for reflections. Today also is the day the World Trade Center Memorial opens. Family members will be seeing the names of their loved ones etched in stone for the very first time.
And just look at those images. I mean, there has been so much contention over the years about what should be done at this site, and it is, I think all of that, especially on a day like that, has been put aside, and to actually see progress finally after so many years. There's been so much frustration, but then you look at these images, those giant reflecting pools, beautifully designed. I wasn't clear how the design was going to work, but when you see them not only during the day but at night, they're approximately 200 feet in length on each side of the memorial pool. There's two of them. You're looking, I believe, at the north one right now. The design is called Reflecting Absence, designed by Michael Arad and Peter Walker. But throughout the day, as the light changes, the reflection in the water changes as well. And even at night, it almost looks like the water sometimes is going in the opposite direction, like it's going up. It's really extraordinary.
It is, and what I think you can see here, because here's this beautiful sort of park-like area. It has all these trees in it that soften up some of the hardscape that you see with the fountains. But immediately surrounding it are working buildings. I mean, buildings, people going to work here. And that's what they struggled with, as you well know, all over these 10 years, was how do you integrate what so many people see as hallowed ground into a busy downtown area.
And as you said, the family members will be seeing the names of their loved ones etched for the first time by these memorials. And it's really interesting the way they've decided to group the names. They're meaningful adjacencies is the term that they've used. So basically, people who worked in Cantor Fitzgerald, if the families wanted, those names would be grouped together. The idea that in remembrance, they are together as they were in death.
Yeah, it's a beautiful memorial, but as we mentioned, ceremonies will be happening simultaneously at the other attack site this morning. Our colleague Wolf Blitzer is outside the Pentagon with a preview of what will happen there. Wolf.
It will be an emotional ceremony here at the Pentagon, Candy and Anderson. There's no doubt about that. 184 victims died right behind me at the Pentagon exactly 10 years ago when an American Airlines Flight 77, which took off from Washington Dulles Airport, scheduled to fly to LAX to Los Angeles instead, made an unexpected U-turn. 5 hijackers commandeered that plane, forced it to fly right here to the Pentagon. 184 people were killed, 125 victims at the Pentagon, and 59 people on board. There's a Pentagon memorial that is there, and exactly at 9:37 a.m. Eastern, there will be a moment of silence. The formal ceremony will begin at 9:30. Among those speaking will be the Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden, the Secretary of Defense, Leon Panetta, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mike Mullen, will also be speaking. Later this afternoon, after the President visits New York and Shanksville, he'll come here to the Pentagon to lay a wreath. This is one of those days that a lot of us will remember. Certainly all of us remember exactly where we were 10 years ago when we got word of this horrible, horrible hijacking series of events. Those 5 hijackers commandeered that American Airlines flight and forced it to fly right here to the Pentagon behind me. The Moments of silence will be very, very powerful. We'll have live coverage, Candy, throughout the morning here at the Pentagon. We'll remember, we'll reflect at that Pentagon Memorial those 184 benches that have the names of the victims on each one of those illuminated benches. There will also be a memorial service in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. That's where CNN's John King is standing by. John?
And Wolf, good morning to you, and good morning to all of you watching here in the United States and around the world. The Pentagon, where Wolf Blitzer is a center, a highlight, a symbol of American power. The World Trade Center, of course, the symbol of America's great economy and capitalist system. Why tiny Shanksville, Pennsylvania? How has it made its way into the history books and the legacy of 9/11? Because of the heroism of 40 people who simply refused to let their hijacked jetliner be diverted to Washington, where countless more could have been killed if the terrorists had struck their desired target, which the government believes was the United States Capitol. So here in tiny rural Shanksville, you see the memorial behind me to those 40 people. Their plane crashed here in a fireball because they fought back aboard that plane. Their heroism will be honored today as the ceremonies continue. You see on that marble wall 40 panels, the names of each of the 40 passengers and crew on United Flight 93 etched into that monument there. As the ceremony plays out today, remember, this is not just a memorial, it is the final resting place. The plane crashed so violently with so much jet fuel aboard it, the remains sadly unable to be recovered fully. This is not just a memorial, it is a burial ground and a solemn, solemn, hallowed place. The President of the United States will be here. First, though, at 10:03, a moment of silence. That is when Flight 93 crashed into this field in this tiny remote town in central Pennsylvania. The President of the United States will be here for the ceremonies as well. He will not speak, but he will participate in a wreath-laying ceremony, and he will meet with the families. Those families return to this site quite frequently. They were here yesterday for the dedication of this solemn memorial. The President will spend some time with them today as he makes his way to all three of the big sites. And Anderson Cooper, as I bring it back to you in New York, the connection of these three sites is part of our history. The World Trade Center, the Pentagon, this tiny little town in Pennsylvania. On this day when we remember and reflect, each of us, where we were that morning, it is striking how in just a moment in each of these few places, as you mentioned, a perfect, crisp September morning turned horrible.
And I want to show you, John, President Obama, his wife Michelle, former President Bush, and his wife Laura are now at the site here. You're looking at live pictures. You are seeing them as we are seeing them as they were walking around the memorial grounds and walking by these extraordinary reflecting pools. Really hard to get a sense of the scale of the moments from the television images, but they are truly enormous, 200 feet on each side approximately. As they pause to reflect, let's watch.
Assuming, Anderson, that what we're looking at are the two, one former president, the current president, greeting some of the family members that have been involved, and a lot of them have been in putting not just this day, but this site back together again, striking that balance that we talked about earlier.
I believe that's Lee Ielpi, the father of one of the firefighters lost here at Ground Zero. He's been a regular presence here over the years. He's a former firefighter himself. He was able to stay and actually work on the site, on the pile, as it was called then, searching for the remains of his son. And he was there when his son was found as well.
Yeah, some of these faces are familiar now as we see them go down the line. Behind them, by the way, the politicians, I think we saw quickly as we went by, which is it's a day for politicians to kind of be in the background. Obviously, these two presidents, I was thinking of the Shanksville dedication yesterday. They had their first day at that memorial where they talked, where Vice President Biden and President Clinton, I believe, both talked about President Obama and President Bush, two very different men dealing with the very same problem, and thanked them both for, quote, keeping the nation safe since 9/11. There you see the president with Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey. He was not the governor of New Jersey when 9/11 happened, but an enormous number of New Jersey residents died in these Twin Tower attacks.
Former Governor George Pataki will also be here. I imagine he's down there, though we're not seeing him just yet. Their former mayor, Rudy Giuliani, who was obviously the mayor of New York at the time this happened.
Bloomberg.
You also see current mayor, Michael Bloomberg. Throughout our coverage today, I just want you to know we're going to be trying to probably talk as little as possible. The smallness of our words are quite evident compared to the greatness of this memorial, of the sounds of the water. So we want you to hear as much of the sounds and just see the sights and absorb them as you will throughout this morning. We thought that most appropriate. Also during our coverage today, you're going to notice at the bottom of your screen the names of the 2,983 people who died at the World Trade Center, at the Pentagon, and at Shanksville. And you'll also see the names of those who died in the first bombing of the World Trade Center back in 1993. Those people who died back in 1993 are also, their names are also included in this memorial, etched in stone down at the World Trade site. Because of the events the past few days, everyone has, well, a lot of questions about security, of course. On this anniversary, there are always questions about security. Security here in New York City is extraordinarily tight today. Obviously, there have been credible threats, according to the U.S. Authorities, credible threats, though several days ago they were unconfirmed. We have been covering for the last several days the extensive security preparations here in New York. We've seen a lot of traffic stopped at checkpoints, a lot of cars being checked. It's been pretty intense security really for the last 2 days. I'm not sure how it was in Washington, but we have not seen anything like that in New York for quite some time.
I was up here, so it was very intense when we left Washington. We came by train, and there were authorities everywhere. It was less in your face, I think, than when we got up here, when they started to stop trucks and cars, and 3 lanes of traffic went down to one. It was a mess in New York City.
We do want to give you a sense of what is happening right now because of the current terror threat. We do think on this day that it's important to really focus on the victims of this tragedy and not focus so much on the terrorists. And I think it's fitting in a way that if you ask many Americans, they would not be able to name any of the 19 hijackers. And I think there's something very fitting about that I don't think their names should be remembered in history. It should be the names of those whose lives were lost on this day. Susan Candiotti, let's check in with her just to get a sense of the update on the current terror threat. Susan?
Hi, Anderson. Of course, the streets around here are very quiet because of the extreme amount of security, but it's anything but quiet behind the scenes as investigators continue to work 24/7 to try to pin down the validity of this credible terror threat. I spoke with my sources not long ago, and they tell me that so far it is quiet. In their words of one official, nothing so far has panned out to indicate that any of the 3 possible suspects believed to be headed to the United States from overseas to possibly plant or carry out an attack, a car bomb, a truck bomb, or some other kind of explosive. They haven't been able to determine for sure whether anyone has entered the United States, but they continue to work under that assumption. And a few of the new details are that, in fact, at least 2 of the 3 were headed to the United States as recently as last week. Remember, they're only 4 days into this investigation, and that 2 of the 3 are not only U.S. citizens, but of Arab descent. Remember, they're trying to track down what they have called credible information from a credible source, an Al-Qaeda operative, through an intercepted communication that some people were headed this way to carry out an attack. And because of that, we're seeing all that security that you have already described around the city. Back to you, Anderson.
Susan, we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. Again, you're looking at former President Bush, former First Lady Laura Bush, alongside President Obama and Michelle Obama. There's going to be a lot to see and hear this morning. We want you to be part of it. Let us know where you were on 9/11/2001 by sending a tweet to hashtag 9/11 where I was. And let's just pause as we watch the current and former president with some family members reflecting and looking at the memorial site.
Joining the
All off-duty firefighters and all off-duty officers are hereby recalled. Hey, go ahead. Engine 240-201. Can anybody hear me? I'm a civilian. I'm trapped inside of... I can't breathe much longer. Save me. I copy that. I'm going to go look for him. 19th floor, firefighter down.
I am monitoring a call in which Flight 11, the flight attendant is advising our reps that the pilot, everyone's been stabbed. First class galley flight attendant and our purser's been stabbed. What is it? And we can't get to the cockpit. The door won't open. Can anybody get up to the cockpit? We can't even get into the cockpit. We don't know who's up there. There's going to be another...
Chilling stuff. While much of our attention this morning, of course, is focused on the ceremonies here at the World Trade Center, we want to take you to another hallowed site. About 7 miles north of here is a memorial to New York's firefighters who gave their lives in the line of duty. Many of the city's current firefighters prefer to gather there on the anniversaries of 9/11. CNN special correspondent Soledad O'Brien is joining them today. Soledad.
Candy, 343 firefighters lost their lives on 9/11, and there has been a little bit of controversy over the fact that the firefighters were not invited to come down to the ceremonies where you are at Ground Zero. This is where they always meet every year since 9/11. They've come to honor their dead, and you can see the flags that are set up behind me. They'll start their ceremony around 9:30. We've asked Peter Regan to come talk to us. He's a firefighter now, but back on 9/11, he was training in the Marines, and his father, Donald, was a firefighter. His father died along with 7 other members of Rescue 3. Are you disappointed in not being invited down to Ground Zero where the bigger ceremony is taking place today?
I am disappointed in the fact that the actual disinvite was put out there. I mean,
you could be down there as a family member who lost a loved one. You could be there, but you're here instead. Why?
Right, I'd rather be here because, I mean, this is where accepted. We don't need special invites, and there's no disinvites. This is where units come, like other areas in the city, and fire department are always invited.
I was told that there are no speeches, there are no politicians, there is no big over-the-top ceremony. It's very quiet, it's sort of private, and really focusing on all the firefighters who've died on the job.
Right. At these events, we honor the ones that died, firefighters especially. We don't forget the others that died. We don't forget the police. We don't forget the Port Authority and average citizens that died. We don't forget any about them. But this is, we do direct it a little bit more towards the fire department because that's who we are. And everyone has their own ceremonies, and we like to call it one of these, that this is ours.
Well, thanks for talking with us today. We certainly appreciate your time. As you can see behind me, this ceremony is going to get started pretty soon. We're expecting, Candy, thousands of people to come because they've shut down about 15 blocks here, and we're expecting a scene that might rival what you're doing down at Ground Zero later today. Back to you guys.
I think probably given the sacrifice, it definitely rivals what's going on down here today. Also, obviously, in Jamesboro and, of course, at the Pentagon. A quick programming note for you. You can see Soledad's In America documentary, Beyond Bravery, The Women of 9/11, tonight at 10 Eastern.
Well, as Soledad was saying, 343 New York firefighters died on September 11th. A massive loss. Their families spent the last decade trying to trying to remember those who they lost and figure out how to rebuild their lives. Among those who've come to their aid and told their stories is actor Dennis Leary. His FX series Rescue Me was patterned around firefighters and their loved ones coping with loss and tragedy. That's only a fraction of what he's done to help. He joins us this morning. It's extraordinary to kind of be here, I think, for everybody on this morning.
Yeah, it's just completely different feeling. We've shot down here. We shot down here not long ago for the final season. It's just a different feeling, especially when you hear the bagpipes begin to play, which for any person who's had a family member or a friend, you know, who had a funeral that was connected to in the line of duty death, it's always a very strange feeling. It just kind of opens you up all over again.
Why did you want to do the series that you did? I mean, it was very New York centered. I mean, it was, you know, the New York City Fire Department is an extraordinary organization, and it's a very tight-knit organization. What about the experience?
Well, my cousin Jerry Lucy was a firefighter up in my hometown of Worcester, Massachusetts, and in December of '99 there was a cold storage warehouse fire there, and 6 firefighters were killed. My cousin was one of them, and a childhood friend of mine. And after that, I started my foundation to help those families. But at the same time, a couple of my friends from the FDNY, Terry Quinn and Timmy Higgins, who helped me get started up there. After 9/11, Timmy lost his life that day, and Terry was very adamant about me getting involved, getting the foundation involved, and so that was the beginning of it. And I wanted to tell the story of that bravery. And after watching what happened with my cousin and the Brotherhood up in Worcester, Massachusetts, and then witnessing the same thing here, I just thought it would be a really fascinating story to tell, to be inside of a firehouse and to see what brave men do for a living, but also, if possible, to examine the after effects of this event.
You live down in downtown New York. It must be, I mean, you know, there's been so much contention over the years of the building of the site. It must be nice to see it finally coalescing and coming together.
It's a very strange. I come by here quite often, and while we were shooting, I would come by sometimes in the morning and at night on the way home. So it's strange to see where it's at and where it's supposed to be. I think there's something soothing about the sound of that water alone. So it's complicated.
Yeah. We appreciate you coming and spending a little time with us this morning. We are just minutes away. 8:46, of course, is the minute that so many lives changed and so many lives were lost when the first plane hit one of the towers. Our coverage continues. We'll be right back after a short break. Back to our continuing coverage. There'll be no commercial now interruption past through the 9 o'clock hour. 8:46, of course, is the time when the first plane hit the tower. Just a few minutes later, 9:03, is when the second plane hit. There will be moments of silence, obviously, at each of those times. We want to just show you some tight shots of the memorial itself, because it really is an extraordinary thing. There you see some choir members, and the large groups of people are family members who are waiting for ceremonies to begin, which we anticipate very shortly. We saw earlier President Obama's here, former President Bush, former Mayor Rudy Giuliani, current Mayor Michael Bloomberg, and there are the reflecting pools, these extraordinary squares in the footprints of the towers.
I'm going to do a very poor job of this, but while we're looking at the pools, I was listening to the architect about the meaning of what he was thinking when he created this. And the water comes down from that larger wall that you're seeing. It then goes into the larger pool and eventually sinks down into that small size hole that you can see when we see the wide shot. And he said, you know, it is the water disappearing into nowhere, sort of evoking the people who died, the buildings that came down, kind of the water going in, and yet the water recurring back on top as life continuing on.
Reflecting Absence is the name of the design. Right. Michael Arad and Peter Walker.
And the absence being that smaller square that you see in the middle of this. And it is, it's enormous. When you look at it, next to the people that have now gathered, we're told that it is packed down there.
Yes.
A lot of these families coming back for the very first time since the first memorial, we're told.
And so many, I mean, I was talking to some family members just as I was making my way here, and there is an intimacy on a day like this when security is so tight. You find yourself in a group of people who are trying to get in or trying to get around, and you end up talking to one another, and everybody kind of has some remembrance with them. In some cases, I saw family members wearing T-shirts. In other cases, it's a bracelet. It's something they're wearing around their neck. People have brought just memento moris of those who have lost. Let's listen in as the haunting sound of the bagpipers go by the reflecting pool. Past the imprint of the South Tower, the World Trade Center. And now they're heading toward where the North Tower was, now the North Reflecting Pool.
With us here, Anderson, Dennis Leary, a co-creator of Rescue Me, a story of a firefighter who lost a friend on 9/11. It's very hard to watch bagpipes or these drummers without thinking firefighter.
Yes, well, particularly for, as I said before, if you had a family member or a friend who's died in the line of duty, because that's the sound that you hear, generally speaking, at the beginning and at the very end of the funeral mass, and usually at the burial site. So it's very difficult to explain it. It's very soothing, and at the same time, it brings back a lot of very strong memories. But it also has a dignity and an honor to it that I think is soothing, you know.
We're just a couple of minutes from the official start. In fact, the bagpipes will start out this ceremony, which will include some entertainment or memorial performances. Yo-Yo Ma, one of those who will be here. Brief remarks from some politicians, but not political remarks. We will also hear some of the stories of those who lost a loved one. And there will be what has become an annual event, the reading of the names of those who died here, this time also those who died at the Pentagon in Shanksville and at the World Trade Bomber first bombing in the early 1990s.
We're now just 10 minutes away from 8:46 a.m. when American Airlines Flight 11 out of Boston hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center, and everything began to change. Let's listen in. The president is about to head onto the stage. I want to thank Dennis Leary for dropping by today and sharing a few moments with us and your remembrances.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks.
Unfold. Move. Pentagon positions. Move.
had flown at the World Trade Center site that was recovered from the site.
Pentagon, present, halt! Order, halt! Left, feet! Forward, march!
Ten years have passed since a perfect blue sky morning turned into the blackest of nights. Since then, we've lived in sunshine and in shadow. And although we can never unsee what happened here, we can also see that children who lost their parents have grown into young adults, grandchildren have been born, and good works and public service have taken root to honor those we loved and lost. In all the years that Americans have looked to these ceremonies, we have shared both words and silences. The words of writers and poets have helped express what is in our hearts. The silences have given us a chance to reflect and remember. And in remembrance of all those who died in New York in 1993 and 2001, at the Pentagon, and in the fields near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, please join in observing our first moment of silence.
God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear. Even though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea, though its waters roar and be troubled, though the mountains shake with its swelling, there is a river whose stream shall make glad the city of God, the holy place of the tabernacle of the Most High. God is in the midst of her. She shall not be moved. God shall help her just at the break of dawn. The nations raged, the kingdoms were moved. He uttered his voice, the earth melted. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Come behold the works of the Lord, who has made desolations in the earth. He makes wars cease to the end of the earth. He breaks the bow and cuts the spear in two. He burns the chariot in fire. Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge.
They were our neighbors, our friends, our husbands, wives, brothers, sisters, children, and parents. They were the ones who rushed in to help. 2,983 innocent men, women, and children. We have asked their families to come here, to speak the names out loud, to remind each of us of the person we lost in New York, in Washington, and Pennsylvania. And they each had a face, a story, a life cut short from under them. As we listen, let us recall the words of Shakespeare. Let us not measure our sorrow by their worth, for then it will have no end.
Gordon A. Amath, Jr.
Delmero Abad.
Marie Rose Abad.
Andrew Anthony Abate.
Vincent Paul Abate.
Lawrence Christopher Abel.
Alana Abraham.
William F. Abrahamson.
Richard Anthony Acito.
Heinrich Bernard Ackerman.
Paul Aquaviva.
Christian Adams.
Donald Leroy Adams.
Patrick Adams.
Shannon Lewis Adams.
Stephen George Adams.
Ignatius Udo Adanga.
Christy A. Adam.
And my beloved son, Joshua Todd Aaron, we miss you and love you forever. You're always in our hearts.
And my sister, Marlene Capito Bautista. We love you and we miss you. You are always in our hearts.
Terrence Edward Adderley Jr.
Sophia B. Addo.
Lee Adler.
Daniel Thomas Aflito.
Emmanuel Akwasi Afakwa.
Alok Agarwal.
Mukul Kumar Agarwala.
Joseph Agnello.
David Scott Agnes.
Joao Alberto de Fonseca Aguiar Jr.
Brian G. Ahern.
Jeremiah Joseph Ahern.
Joanne Marie Aladiotis.
Sabir Ahmed.
Terrence Andre Aiken.
Godwin O. Ajala.
Trudy M. Algero.
Andrew Alameno.
And my uncle, firefighter Dennis M. Carey, Sr. Big D, we miss you, we love you, and your light and love shine through your 3 beautiful grandchildren, Grace, Juliet, and Ryan.
And my uncle, Dr. Lee Allen Adler, we love and miss you.
Margaret
Ann Alario.
Gary M. Albert.
John Leslie Albert.
Peter Greg Alderman.
Jacqueline Delane Aldridge Frederick.
David D. Alger.
Ernest Ali Caicos.
Edward L. Allegretto.
Eric Allen.
Jessup Ryan Allen.
Richard Dennis Allen.
Richard L. Allen.
Christopher E. Allingham.
Anna S. W. Allison.
Janet Marie Alonso.
Anthony Alvarado.
Antonio Javier Alvarez.
Victoria Alvarez Brito.
And my uncle James Kenneth Samuel Jr. We miss you.
And my beautiful daughter Laura Angelera. Laura, we love you, we miss you. Laura, ti voglio tanto bene. Sarai sempre nel mio cuore.
So you have watched the beginning of the reading of the names. Anderson, it's hard to say you love this part of it, but to me, 9/11, yes, it happened to a nation. Yes, it shook the world. But this was a story about an uncle, an aunt, a mother, a father, a daughter. And, just when they say, and my uncle, or this to me is one of the more poignant things that happens down here.
It makes it all very personal, obviously. It's not just something that we're seeing from the ground, from an over vantage point. We're seeing it from the ground level, from the cost of all of this, the human cost. And so many people focus on 9/11 on this day, but the people who are reading the names now, they live with this every single day.
And in the end, I want to bring in our Drew Griffin, because in the end, 9/11 really is a big story. It's, you look at it's pointillism, because inside it are so many individual stories that make up, the entire forest.
Which have not been told, and that's one of the things you've been working on.
You know what I find remarkable always about these events on 9/11 is the response by ordinary people was so extraordinary. So many of these people that responded, that were there. I know you guys are going to talk to and about the heroes that we know of, but we found so many of these individual heroes and individual participants in this day who have become literally footnotes in that 9/11 Commission report, and we tried to focus on the heroes among them, those that have been carrying guilt among them for 10 years for not trying to stop what they thought could have stopped, and telling their stories really for the first time, feeling that now is the time.
You actually went through the footnotes of the 9/11 Commission report to find these people. Well, who are some of them?
Well, it's so poignant right now. We're talking about American Flight 11. We talked to a fighter pilot, a reserve fighter pilot from Massachusetts, also United commercial pilot, who was flying down here, racing at the speed of sound just to get to Manhattan to try to intercept American Airlines 11. By the time he got here, air traffic was telling him the second plane had already struck. He had no idea there were 2 planes involved. And suddenly he had switched into fighter pilot mode and was defending Manhattan. For the next 5 hours, he would patrol the skies over Manhattan and literally watch as the towers fell beneath him, not understanding what was going on. And remarkably, in a resilience, 2 days later, this guy got on a United Airlines jet and flew to Tokyo, rebuilding the airline system in the United States.
Do you find when you talk to a lot of these people, I'm fascinated by the ones who live with the guilt, who say, maybe if I'd done this, this would have been different, because I've talked to so many people who it sort of gave me the details of their loved one's death, why they were in the building, or maybe if they had a loved one who survived, why they weren't in the building. It always came down to such little bitty things. Did you find that the details were where people's stories were told?
The airline ticket agents who checked in the terrorists that morning are some of the most stunning, because one man in Dulles, one man in Portland, Maine, both had the same instinctual reaction. These are bad guys. One even said, look, if these two weren't Arab terrorists, what are they? but they repressed that. They were service agents at that point. They were customer service relations. They pushed it aside. They said, I'm just being a racist. I need to get these people on their planes. They have carried incredible amounts of guilt for 10 years and have told us their stories and are still struggling with it, because at that moment they could have just denied them entry to that airplane, and perhaps this wouldn't have happened.
Well, it's always, I mean, after any loss, any death, those who survive are left wondering, what could I have done differently? I mean, small little decisions, one thing changing could have affected things, and a whole circle of events might never have occurred. But it's obviously impossible to go back. But to live with that for so long, it's got to be.
There's a United Airlines dispatcher in Chicago. He was in charge of 16 flights going from the East Coast to the West Coast that morning, including the 2 United flights that crashed. He knew there was a hijacking progress, was talking to United Flight 93, and sent out a text message to all his pilots: beware cockpit intrusion. Anderson, Candy, he has lived with the guilt, thinking those were the wrong words. If I was stronger, if I had done something different, United 93 might have locked their door at that moment, and those guys wouldn't have got into the plane, and the plane wouldn't have gone down in Shanksville. He's literally been sailing on a sailboat for 6 years. He's never flown again. He just feels so guilty.
Amazing stories. I want you to stick with us a little bit, but tell us when your special is airing.
9 o'clock tonight, Eastern Time, here on CNN. And there is uplifting stories, there are sad stories, there are real stories that you've just never heard before. And on the 10th anniversary, these people have decided to share their history with the rest of us.
Story of the asterisk. That's amazing. I can't wait to see it, Drew. We are coming up to the top of the hour here. I just want to let you know where we are. There will be, through the course of the day, 6 moments of silence. We've already had one when the first plane at 8:46 Eastern hit the North Tower. We will be coming up soon at 9:03, the time the second plane hit the South Tower. Just remarkable moments, and you will see that each time, obviously when the other 2 planes hit in Shanksville and at the Pentagon, and then at the moment the towers came down. So we're coming up as we go into the next hour, Anderson, on those moments which we saw on live TV. If we weren't down here, literally took our breath away.
And we'll, of course, bring those moments to you live and in silence as names continue to be read out, as they will be now for several more hours. Obviously, for family members who are there, many you see holding pictures of their loved ones. So many want to be here. So many want to watch, obviously, around the world on television. We also have our correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, is at the Pentagon, and John King's in Shanksville, where there are also commemorations and have been ceremonies over the last 24 hours. We'll check in with them and show you the events as they occur there, but we're going to stay up here, obviously, as we approach 9:03. We'll just listen in some to some of what those families are listening to right now.
And my brother, my best friend, Paul Frederick Biatini. Paul, miss you. Love you. Your girls are doing great. Your niece and nephew, Mark and Danielle, are doing great. Give Mom a kiss for me up there. And just let me give a shout out to the men and women who built this memorial. I've been down here a little bit to watch it. And to our first responders and to our military. Thank you all very much.
And to my brother, Anthony Edward Gallagher, we love you and we miss you.
Donna M. Bernards.
David W. Bernard.
William H. Bernstein.
David M. Beret.
David Shelby Berry.
Joseph John Berry.
William Reed Bethke.
Janene Beatru.
Timothy D. Betterly.
Carolyn Mayer Bug.
Edward Frank B.A.
Paul Michael Bayer.
Anil Taharam Bahavani.
Bella J. Buchan.
Shimi D. Beagleson.
Peter Alexander Bielfeld.
William G. Biggert.
Brian Eugene Bilcher.
And my brother-in-law, Stephen Howard Berger. We all miss you. There's not a day that goes by that we don't think of you. You'll always be in our hearts. We love you.
and my brother, William Reed Bethke, we will always remember you.
Mark Bingham.
Carl Vincent Beanie.
Gary Eugene Bird.
Joshua David Birnbaum.
George John Bishop.
Chris Romeo Bashunda.
Jeffrey Donald.
President Lincoln not only understood the heartbreak of his country, he also understood the cost of sacrifice and reached out to console those in sorrow. In the fall of 1864, he learned that a widow had lost 5 sons in the Civil War, and he wrote her this letter. Dear Madam, I have been shown in the files of the War Department a statement of the Adjutant General of Massachusetts that you're the mother of 5 sons who have died gloriously on the field of battle. I feel how weak and fruitless must be any words of mine which should attempt to beguile you from the grief of a loss so overwhelming. But I cannot refrain from tendering to you the consolation that may be found in the thanks of the Republic they died to save. I pray that our Heavenly Father may assuage the anguish of your bereavement and leave you only the cherished memory of the loved and lost, and the solemn pride that must be yours to have laid so costly a sacrifice upon the altar of freedom. Yours very sincerely and respectfully, Abraham Lincoln.
My name is Peter Negron. My father worked on the 88th floor of the World Trade Center. I was 13 when I stood here in 2003 and read a poem about how much I wanted to break down and cry. Since then, I've stopped crying, but I haven't stopped missing my dad. He was awesome. My brother Austin had just turned 2 when he passed. I've tried to teach him all the things my father taught me. How to catch a baseball, how to ride a bike, and to work hard in school. My dad always said how important it was. Since 9/11, my mother, brother, and I moved to Florida. I got a job and enrolled into college. I wish my dad had been there to teach me how to drive, ask a girl out on a date, and see me graduate from high school. And 100 other things I can't even begin to name. He worked in an environmental department and cared about the earth and our future. I know he wanted to make a difference. I admire him for that, and I would have liked to talk to him about such things. I've decided to become a forensic scientist. I hope that I can make my father proud of the young men that my brother and I have become. I miss you so much, Dad.
they've just begun to allow family members who have gathered, several thousand of them here, just now for the first time beginning to allow family members into the memorial garden, and by the reflecting pools in order to spend some time. Tomorrow will be open to the public. Today it's for the families.
The music you're hearing is Yo-Yo Ma, a Bach piece for the cello. So these family members now being let in. For many of them, it is the first time, most of them, it is the first time they will see their family member's name on the wall. It is in some ways reminiscent of the Vietnam Memorial in this way, in that people come with a piece of paper and a pen and rub, and the indentation makes, is something they can take home.
And the names are grouped if families request it, and I think more than 1,000 families did request it. Names are grouped together in kind of groupings of those who knew each other or worked together. As often people from Cantor Fitzgerald might be in the same area if family members had asked them.
And all the while you're hearing family members read off the names. And here we are, the first family members.
Michael Andrew Hardy.
John Paul Bacci.
And my father, James Patrick Berger. We love you, Dad. Me, Nick, Al, and Mom will never forget you.
And my father, John Tay Nazo. Dad, Mom, Jewel, and I miss you. You are forever in our hearts. Rest in peace.
Michael L. Bocchino.
Susan M. Bocchino.
Dira Francis Bobley.
Bruce Douglas Bone.
Nicholas Andrew Bogdan.
Darren Christopher Bohan.
Lawrence Francis Boiseau.
Vincent M. Bolin Jr.
Tari Hamzavi Balorchi.
Alan Badodurenko.
Andre Bonor Jr.
Colin Arthur Bonnet.
Frank J. Bonamo.
Yvonne Lucia Bonamo.
Sean Booker Sr.
Kelly Ann Booms.
Canfield D. Boone.
Mary Jane Booth.
And my father, George John Bishop. We love you, Dad.
And my dad, firefighter Christopher Joseph Blackwell, Rescue 3, FDNY.
Sherry Ann Bordeaux.
Christine Bordanabe.
Jerry J. Borg.
Martin Michael Borshevsky.
Richard Edward Bosco.
Klaus Bota.
Carol Marie Bouchard.
J.
Probably
Howard
nothing, Anderson,
Bolton.
I think, more heartbreaking than these children, some of whom, by the way, were not even born when their father died.
More than 100 children were born after 9/11 to mothers who had been pregnant, obviously, when 9/11 happened.
Lots of emotion here today.
And as you said, I mean, you see family members wanting to touch the names, and there is something that's very tactile about this memorial. You sort of want to touch it. There's the water, and there is this haunting sound. I'm not sure if the television is picking up of the water that's kind of washing over this entire area while we're hearing the names echoing in sort of the canyons made by the skyscrapers which surround us now.
This obviously is not the only ceremony going on here today. We have both John King in Shanksville and our Wolf Blitzer, who's at the Pentagon, where, Wolf, I understand from there, you're about to start with your ceremonies.
That's right, Candy. The Pentagon Memorial Ceremony here in Washington is about to begin. It's going to begin at around 9:30, and at 9:37 a.m. Eastern, there will be a moment of silence. That's when American Airlines Flight 77 smashed into the Pentagon. 125 victims inside the Pentagon, 59 on board. 184 people were killed by those 5 hijackers. The youngest was 3 years old, Dana Falkenberg, here at the Pentagon. The oldest, 71 years old, John Yamnicki. There's a nearly 2-acre memorial with benches honoring all 184 who were killed. The Vice President Joe Biden will be speaking here, as will the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Admiral Mike Mullen, and the Secretary of Defense, Leon Panetta, will, of course, have extensive coverage. A moving ceremony here at the Pentagon. We're getting ready for that to coincide with what's going on in Shanksville as well as in New York. Back to you.
Here again, we're going to hear all day long in the background, you will hear voices on the microphone of family members reading out many names, including the names of their loved one, and also seeing on the left of your screen, obviously, the Pentagon, and on the right, the World Trade Center. We are joined by a number of people here with various relationships to 9/11. Our Mary Madeline is in New Orleans for us this morning. She, of course, was counselor to Vice President Cheney when the 9/11 attacks occurred. Ari Fleischer, White House press secretary at that time, who was in Florida with the president. John Miller, who has served as a former assistant deputy director of national intelligence to the FBI. You were a reporter at the time of this as well.
You were working at ABC News at the time.
So, hey, I guess we, at this moment, and it occurs to me that when the plane hit the Pentagon is when it seemed as though the whole world was on fire. Somehow it took it out of New York, and suddenly you realized that this was a huge thing.
Ari, when did you and President Bush, when did you realize this wasn't just a one incident?
I got the word about the plane hitting the first tower, leaving the motorcade. Physically, I was just stepping out of the motorcade at the Emma Booker Elementary School in Sarasota. A page said World Trade Center had been hit by aircraft, but it was the second plane. When the second plane hit the second tower, I instantly got a page. I was about 15 feet over the president's left ear in that schoolroom. Moments later, Andy Card walked in and whispered in the president's right ear, "The second tower's hit. America's under attack." Candy, it was that second plane that did it for me, because at that moment I knew that we were a nation that was going to go to war. I knew that we were a nation that was under attack. And so even if it too took place in one city, it was our nation that was struck. And when you're at the White House, your sense is our country's being attacked.
It seemed so big to me at the time, and then planes were missing. There was so much confusion. Where did you, John, first
You know, I was covering that morning what was the big story of the day, which is that a hair had been found in a car that was linked to the Jimmy Hoffa case that they thought, after DNA, might move the investigation forward. To this day, I actually don't know what happened with that test because the world changed. But I got as far as the car. The phone in the car was ringing. The phone on my belt was ringing. The pager was going off. And they said it was a plane in the World Trade Center. Early reports was it was a small plane, which was wrong. But as Ari said, coming into the studio, as I passed the control room, I heard a gasp, and I saw the plane go in, and I thought it was a replay. That was the second plane. And I sat down with Peter Jennings at the news desk and said, okay, we now know what this is, and everything's different.
Mary Madeline, I understand you were with us from New Orleans. You were eventually went to the bunker with Vice President Cheney. And one of the things I thought was so interesting about your story was when you first visually spoke with the president. In other words, he was obviously was not in Washington, D.C. He was in Florida, then in Louisiana, and then to Nebraska because they were worried about his safety. But when you first visually saw the president, I thought that was a compelling story of your the first time you saw him and how you felt.
It was one of the few emotional moments of the day. The rest of the day was devoted to work. I was in the West Wing when the first plane hit in my office and in the Vice President's office when the second plane hit, and there wasn't, I know this sounds odd, there was not an emotional reaction. There was a functional reaction, and one of the reasons, in addition to the President's safety, we were concerned about was what we knew would be an effort to decapitate the government. So they needed to be kept separately, the president and the vice president. But when the president, who all day long wanted to be back in Washington, when he did arrive, he was, from that moment, full of resolve and determination and courage, and he knew what he wanted to say and what he wanted to convey to America. And it was it was a moving a moment.
And Ari, you actually have handwritten notes with you right now that you took on that day of everything the president was saying.
Anderson, I brought with me, it's about 8 or 9 pages, a single space, 8.5 by 14, verbatim notes. And here's what's fascinating looking back, almost right at this moment as we speak 10 years ago. The president heard about the third plane in the motorcade on the way to Air Force One. He boarded the plane, he got on the phone with Mary Madeline, with Dick Cheney. Mary was down
These are the notes right here that you...
And my notes have the president talking to the vice president. Sounds like we have a minor war going on here. I heard about the Pentagon. He was then told there are still 3 aircraft missing. So 3 hit. The information we had on Air Force One there were 6 aircraft that had not responded to the order to land. And then the president said, we're at war. That's what we're paid for, boys. We're going to take care of this. When we find out who did this, they're not going to like me as president. Someone's going to pay. And I just spent almost the entire day in the president's cabin taking verbatim notes on everything he did and said on that day, just as a record to history. I'll loan these notes to the Bush Library. They will become a part of the exhibit for 911, so everybody can know the historical record, everything that was said. The 911 Commission had these notes as well. They should be part of history.
Were you also with him when he came here to Ground Zero?
Yeah. That was the most difficult day I ever had at the White House, September 14th, because as Mary said, on September 11th, and it sounds wrong today to say it, but there was no emotion. We had jobs to do in the White House, and my job was to speak for the president and tell the country what the president was doing and why he was doing it. That was my job, and I wanted to be calm to do it. September 14th, this is my home, Anderson. This is where I was born. I was raised in New York City and in Westchester County. To come home and walk in the World Trade Center rubble, and the one memory I'll always have were the dogs searching for bodies. So their paws were bloody and cut up. They'd come right back and search more. And the grit, the determination in my hometown. And then to look ahead and see a fighter aircraft on combat air patrol over Manhattan. It's to this day, it will forever be part of my gut.
Every time I see a plane around Manhattan, I can't help but think about that day. It's still the image of it. Did the president know what he was going to say on the 14th when he was at Ground Zero?
No. That bullhorn moment was a total spontaneous moment. And I talked to the president on Friday, and interestingly, he said he keeps in touch with Bob Beckwith, the fireman with whom he stood on that truck, and also Arlene Howard, the mother of a police officer who died, and gave the president her son's shield. He keeps that. He brought it with him to New York today. But no, that was totally spontaneous. An advanced person found the bullhorn. He hopped up there. That fireman, Bob Beckwith, started to get down. The president put his arm around and said, no, you stay right here. And the president just picked up what the firefighters and the rescue workers were feeling and reflected it back to them.
Now, John, you were one of the few journalists who had interviewed Osama bin Laden. It was in the late 1990s, right?
1998.
I think for most people, 9/11 is the first time they really honed in on that name. When you first realized what was going on here, is that the name you went to immediately?
Immediately. That is actually what I thought in the car on the way to the story. I didn't have to see it. But, you know, as a journalist, you try to hold back from jumping to conclusions. You try to keep an open mind. There were other possibilities. But in the planning part of my mind, I was already thinking, we've got to pull the old footage. We've got to figure out the Al-Qaeda story. We've got to get this organized because this is going to home to that.
And did you sense when you interviewed him that he was capable of something this big? I think there were a lot of people said, I think our Peter Bergen, who had also interviewed him, said, you know, he was sitting in a tent in the middle of nowhere. He didn't seem all that, all that powerful. How did he strike you?
Very much the same. I had a very good sense that as we hardened targets overseas, that this was going to come back here. I had been at the first World Trade Center bombing in 1993. I understood the target, the attraction to this target. It was the scalability. I mean, the idea of using airplanes as missiles, the ideas of multiple strikes simultaneously on a single day on U.S. soil, an act of war, taking 3,000 lives at one time, that was actually beyond our concept. I think the 9/11 Commission called it a failure of imagination. They outconceived this.
And you're seeing thousands of family members who are still waiting to be allowed in. They're slowly allowing family members in at an appropriate pace to let families have some time around those reflecting pools in order to find the name of their loved one, to touch it, to spend some time, perhaps to say a prayer, to talk about their loved ones. And there is this sense of community here, this terrible community that no one wanted to be a part of course, but of those who have lost loved ones. And you see people etching, putting pieces of paper down on the stones to etch the name of their loved one. Wolf Blitzer, who's at the Pentagon, I know wanted to ask a question as well. Wolf?
You know, thank you, Anderson. As we get ready for this memorial service here at the Pentagon for the 184 victims who died here exactly 10 years ago, I wanted to get Ari Fleischer to weigh in. When the president heard, he was down in Florida, that the Pentagon had been attacked, that this American Airlines flight had crashed into the Pentagon, what was your immediate reaction? Because by then you knew that the World Trade Center towers had been attacked, but then when these terrorists went after the Pentagon, talk a little bit about how the president reacted.
Well, what happened was he got that word, Wolf, in his vehicle, in his motorcade, or his limo en route to Air Force One. So I was in the car, several cars behind him. So I first heard about the Pentagon aboard Air Force One in the president's cabin. So I couldn't be an eyewitness to what the president heard. He got the word from the Secret Service in his vehicle.
The president obviously knew that this took on an additional layer, an additional threat once the Pentagon had been attacked, Ari, because then there was deep suspicion. I remember watching it closely as White House officials started running away from the White House. There was enormous fear that the White House was about to be attacked as well. You remember that, Ari?
Well, what quickly transpired, yeah, I remember the video of people running out of the White House. At this moment, I'm aboard Air Force One. We took off like a rocket ship into the sky. And the conversation on Air Force One immediately shifted to military. What can we do to stop this? The president gave Donald Rumsfeld the authorization to go to DEFCON 3, which was the highest level of military readiness since the 1973 Yom Kippur War. And then he also gave the authorization to shoot down civilian aircraft that weren't responding to the order to land. So what took place, and this is why I said there was no emotion shown. It was just a question of what is coming next. We don't know. There are still 3 aircraft in the sky, we thought. How do you stop those 3 aircraft from landing at their designated targets? Of course, there turned out to be only 1 aircraft in the sky, and that was the flight that went down in Pennsylvania. So it was all through the military. What can we do to stop anything else from happening, Wolf?
And John Miller, when you heard not only the World Trade Center had been attacked by these terrorists, but you also heard that the Pentagon had been attacked, you suspected this was an Al-Qaeda, bin Laden type of operation. It does take on a whole new level when this military, the headquarters for the United States military, is attacked as it was 10 years ago.
Well, it really did. And, you know, that day, it didn't unfold that logically either, because as we were trying to figure out the Pentagon incident, there were reports, as you recall, of a car bomb at the State Department and a lot of other traffic coming in. And for a while there, it really did seem like we were under attack from more directions than we actually were, which was hard enough to believe in and of itself.
I want John King, he's in Shanksville, to weigh in on this as well. John, there's going to be some moving memorial services where you are later in this morning as we're awaiting the start of the Pentagon memorial service momentarily.
And Wolf, it's fascinating as I listen to this conversation about where we were that morning and what was happening. What makes Shanksville so interesting is the terrorists chose the World Trade Center as their target. The terrorists chose the Pentagon as their target. It is the action of the 40 heroes aboard Flight 93 that put Shanksville in the history books. This plane, according to all the records of the 9/11 Commission report, the hijackers had changed its course. It was flying to San Francisco from Newark, New Jersey. They had changed its course and it was heading to Washington, D.C., and people thought maybe the White House, maybe the Capitol, and those heroes wrestled with the terrorists, the hijackers, and we don't know exactly what happened, but we do know it came down in a fireball in this reclaimed coal mine in a tiny town in central Pennsylvania. And I remember I was going through security at the White House, walking down the driveway on the north lawn of the White House when the Secret Service evacuated the building because they thought this plane, the one that crashed here, Flight 93, might be coming for the White House. They knew it was coming toward Washington, and I've never seen it before. I covered the White House for 8.5 years. By the time I left, uniformed Secret Service agents screaming, "Run." Young staffers coming out of the White House, the old executive office building, tears coming down many of their faces, some of them running out of their shoes. They were running so fast, there were shoes strewn in the driveway as they were racing out. And we were evacuated, and I remember, God bless our courageous photojournalists and our producers. They locked their cameras in so we would have a live photo of the White House. The uniformed Secret Service surrounded the building, and I thought, my God, what courageous people. They thought a plane was coming, but they had to guard the building. We went out to Lafayette Park, and I was trying to stand in the middle of the street so I could see the building if the plane was coming. And Tim McCon, one of our producers, grabbed me, and I remember it as if it was yesterday. He said, you can't file if you're dead. And he pulled me back across the street into Lafayette Park where we were watching it unfold. And in the hours that came, I was trying to reach Mary Madeline. I just heard her story. We were trying to figure out, we knew who was with the president in Florida. Major Garrett was our correspondent at the time who was there. So we left that reporting there. In Washington, the challenge was, where's the vice president? Who's running the government? Who's making decisions? And I remember finding out Karen Hughes was with the vice president. Mary was with the vice president. And that day as a reporting challenge, I think Ari makes an excellent point. I remember the urgency, and I remember the panic initially, and then there wasn't much emotion in the sense that we were trying to find out what was happening. Where were people? Where were our own people? Was everybody safe at the White House? And then this scene here, now we couldn't see it at the time, but within a short period of time, I was told the vice president was in the PIOC, the Presidential Emergency Operations Center. They were in coordination with Air Force One there, and it was just a remarkable day. And for me, the first emotion came late that night when I talked to my young daughter and my son and was asking them how they were doing, and my daughter asked me how I was doing. That was the first time I remember crying on 9/11, if you will. And but throughout the day, the reporting challenge amid all the chaos, Anderson, was just unnerving, and it was riveting.
Certainly, we're seeing a lot of emotion on display right now at this memorial site, where more family members are now being allowed in, slowly streaming toward. It's interesting watching that as the families are allowed into the memorial park. There's areas to walk around these trees, but everybody immediately is gravitating toward these two enormous reflecting pools, each some 200 feet around each side. The enormous waterfalls cascading down, and then another waterfall. Explain the design a little bit, because you talked to one of the architects, or heard from.
The idea of the smaller square inside each large square, because there's one on the footprint of the North Tower and another large one on the footprint of the South Tower. And the idea is, first, that this water continues to flow, so that's sort of life renewed. And then the smaller square is just water that goes into this, just disappears into this large, dark square. So it both reflects back on what happened, as well as gives you that sort of revitalizing nature of life and the cycle of life. I love that. I don't know a soul that doesn't like the sound of water, that doesn't find it soothing. I'm sure there are some, but I haven't met them. And I think the idea, I feel the same way with the FDR Memorial, as a matter of fact, where water plays a huge part of it, that it's quite soothing. And I think that this is, in fact, as they go there, they are hearing the water as well as touching the names of their family members.
Soledad O'Brien is at another site where firefighters have gathered to remember those who died. More than 300 New York City firefighters lost their lives on September 11th. Soledad, a smaller ceremony where you are, but incredibly powerful as well.
Absolutely, and it's growing by the minute. We're expecting thousands of people to come here at 100th Street and Riverside Drive. They've actually closed off 15 blocks because they're holding their own memorial service. Firefighters were not invited to the ceremony where you are, but they come here every year. And I want to introduce you to Deputy Chief Joe Jonas, who has a pretty remarkable 9/11 story. You were one of 16, Jay, forgive me, Jay, one of 16 people who were trapped in a stairwell
14.
When the building collapsed, the North Tower collapsed. That was your moment. You realized that you needed to start evacuating. What did you do?
we started our evacuation once the South Tower collapsed, and we started heading down the stairs. And it wasn't really clear that we were going to get out, even just taking our normal strides down the stairs. And once we got to the 20th floor, we saw a woman in distress, and we stopped to save her. And
You thought you were going to die if you stopped.
Yeah.
But you stopped anyway.
Stopped anyway.
You lost 343 people on that day. Did you think you would be one of them when you made it down to the 4th floor? I know, when then the building collapsed around you.
I felt we would be lucky if we got out. But we couldn't pass by this woman. Her name was Josephine Harris, and she was 1 week shy of her 60th birthday, and we just couldn't do it. That's why we went there. We went there to save people's lives, and firefighters all over those two buildings were doing the same thing. So
today, the memorial service here will recognize those firefighters. I know you're happy to be here and not necessarily down at Ground Zero. It's a pretty remarkable turnout.
Yeah. I'm looking around. They estimated that there'd be about 5,000 people. I think we may have quite a few more than that.
Well, thanks for talking to us, Jay Jonas, now Deputy Chief. He was a captain back on 9/11. We're about to come up on another moment of silence. We have those moments of silence here as well, but I want to get to Wolf Blitzer because that is coming up right now.
Soledad, thank you. The Pentagon memorial service, it's just started, and within a minute or two, there's going to be that moment of silence when that American Airlines Flight 77 went into the Pentagon. Barbara Starr is with me here, our Pentagon correspondent. Barbara, as we get ready to participate and watch, observe this moment of silence, you were here at the Pentagon on that day.
Yeah, Wolf, I had come to work early like the rest of the Pentagon press corps that morning, and suddenly we had been watching events in New York, and then there was a Pentagon police officer suddenly running down our hallway yelling, "Get out, get out, get out. We've been hit, get out." And instantly, hundreds, thousands of people who work in the Pentagon were fleeing for the exits, coming out of every door that they could. What I'm so struck by this morning is, if you were in the Pentagon that day, this is not just a memory. This is what happened to you.
And you see the Vice President, the Secretary of Defense, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, they're getting ready for this moment of silence. The U.S. Army Major General Donald Rutherford, U.S. Army Chief of Chaplains, is delivering a few words, an invocation. Let's listen in as we get ready for the moment of silence. service here at the Pentagon is just beginning. Here at the Pentagon, there are dignitaries who have gathered here to remember the 184 people who died, the 184 including 125 victims aboard American Airlines Flight 77. It took off from Washington Dulles Airport at 8:20 a.m. en route to Los Angeles to LAX. And then it made a sudden U-turn and came into the Pentagon. 125 victims dead at the Pentagon, 59 on board, 184 people. The sad, sad moment indeed, exactly 10 years ago. Let's go back to New York to the World Trade Center Memorial.
5 years ago,
let's
with my
listen
daughter
into this
Patricia at my
memorial.
side, I told you about my wife and Patricia's mother, Police Officer Moira Smith, who ran into the towers time and time again to save as many people as she possibly could. Moira sacrificed all that she had and all the richness of life that still laid in front of her in order to save just one more person. Moira was killed when the South Tower collapsed. Since that time, Patricia has grown and blossomed into a lovely 12-year-old, the very picture of her mother, with her mom's smile and a sense of adventure. Our family has grown. Patricia now has 2 little brothers to share her zest for life. 5 years ago, we looked back and gave words to our sorrow. Today, we choose to remember and share the joy Moira brought to all of us. And we vow that she will always live in our hearts.
Mom, I'm proud to be your daughter. You will always be my hero and the pride of New York City.
Well, the sun is surely sinking down, but the moon is slowly rising. So this whole world must still be spinning around, and I still love you. So close your eyes. You can close your eyes, it's all right. I don't know no love songs, and I can't sing the blues anymore, but I can sing this song, and you can sing this song when I'm gone. Won't be long before another day. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time, and no one's gonna take that time away. You can stay as long as you like. Only close your eyes. You can close your eyes, it's all right. No, I don't know no love songs. I can't sing the blues anymore. Sure, but I can sing this song, and you can sing this song when I'm gone.
Manuel Joao de Mota.
Patrick W. Denahi.
And in honor of my brother Frederick John Cox, on behalf of his mother, his sister, and his father. He's larger than life. Love what you do and do what you love.
In memory of Frederick Cox and my brother, Davin Peterson, we love you very much.
Fortunately turned out to be wrong.
Vincent G. Dans.
Dwight Donald Darcy.
Elizabeth Ann Darling.
Annette Andrea Dataram.
Lawrence Davison.
Michael Allen Davison.
Scott Matthew Davidson.
Titus Davison.
Niyurka Davia.
Ada M. Davis.
Clinton Davis Sr.
Wayne Terriel Davis.
The reading of the names.
Anthony
probably
Richard
so
Dawson.
so simple and so emotional, and you put them up against some of these pictures we're seeing of children who even now are too young to understand what went on here 10 years ago. We're joined here obviously by Anderson Cooper, Ari Fleischer, John Miller, and Mary Madeline, all looking back over the course of 10 long years or 10 short years. We can't figure out which. Mary Madeline, I wanted to bring you back into the conversation we were having a little earlier, talking about how if you're a fireman or policeman, or you work at the White House, or you're a journalist, your job kind of kicks in. When was there a time, or did you ever see a time when the vice president or the president had emotions kick in?
Well, I don't know if this is an emotion, but it was a reaction to the unfathomable collapse of the towers. There's an iconic picture of that now, but we just did not know what to make of it. I think, and John King said this too, I don't think anybody had any real emotion until they returned with their families. The vice president and his wife left, and he recounts the story of seeing Washington smoldering, another unfathomable vision. And when we finally, everybody arrived home in the middle of the night with their families, and I can't, now it's so emotional to see these kids and to think of 10 years without their parents and their sisters and their brothers. It's just really, it's amazing how much emotion wasn't present there compared to what's present today. And the country has come a long way. Watching all of this, I hope people who are watching around the world are catching our conveyance that we don't give up, we don't give in. This is one strong country.
And that was something that Osama bin Laden did not believe. John Miller, you had interviewed him. I mean, they felt that Al-Qaeda felt they had seen what the U.S. was capable of and not capable of in Somalia, and they felt the United States would essentially cut and run.
And bin Laden said in the interview, we saw this in Lebanon, we saw this in Somalia, referring to the bombing of the Marine barracks and the Black Hawk Down story.
92.
And he said, and I'm quoting here, he said, the American soldier is a paper tiger who will cut and run at the first sign of a fight. And we're going to bring this battle to you. And that was back in 1998, which obviously on his part was a giant misassessment of what was to come.
There's such an extraordinary story in the book The Looming Tower by Lawrence Wright, which is, I think, one of the most remarkable books about Al-Qaeda, an FBI agent who early on identified Osama bin Laden as a threat and was kind of a voice in the wilderness talking about Osama bin Laden, who actually ended up retiring from the FBI, got a job working for security at the World Trade Center site, and actually perished on 9/11.
That was John O'Neill, who was one of my best friends.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
We spent enormous amounts of time together. We were very close. And I remember the mixed emotions he had. He hated leaving the Bureau. And he hated leaving the hunt for bin Laden.
Because it was early on, he identified bin Laden before many in the U.S. government kind of identified him as a threat.
Way back before anybody had ever heard of bin Laden, except for a small group of people. And one of his arguments was that this wasn't resonating up in the government. He said they're still treating this as a crime where we're going to charge somebody or make an arrest. And this is one of those things where this has got to be raised to the level of a military operation. We have to go after these guys and get them. And in that way, he was a bit of a voice in the wilderness. But, you know, he took this job as director of security at the World Trade Center because, A, he knew it was time to leave the Bureau, and he was becoming unpopular for being this clanging bell on the bin Laden story. And B, it was time to retire and to get onto a bigger income. But he knew this was a target. And on his second day on the job as director of security, trying to direct operations for the evacuation of the building, he was killed in the collapse of one of the towers. And I can remember that day knowing this is the most knowledgeable guy about Osama bin Laden maybe on earth, and I was calling his cell phone, and I just kept getting the voicemail, and my heart sank. My heart sank because I knew.
You knew that. So many stories. We're going to be talking, remembering so many different people throughout our coverage today. We've heard from John King earlier in Shanksville. Wolf Blitzer now joins us at the Pentagon. Wolf?
Anderson, what we're seeing is U.S. troops, they're placing wreaths at the memorial. 184 victims, 184 people died when those terrorists crashed American Airlines Flight 77 into the Pentagon 10 years ago. 125 victims at the Pentagon, 59 on board. Barbara Starr is watching all of this unfold. Barbara was here at the Pentagon on that morning exactly 10 years ago as these troops placed the wreaths at each bench in this memorial. Barbara, you were there when they dedicated that memorial to the victims here at the Pentagon. Talk a little bit about the concept of this memorial.
Well, this is about the Pentagon family, whether the victims were on the plane or in the building. There has very much been a sense here at the Pentagon for the last 10 years. Everyone was the same Pentagon family victim. They don't really delineate. You see the benches facing in different directions. That is the marker of whether you were on the plane or in the building. I want to mention that one of the victims, an extraordinary piece of history. His name was Max Bilkey. He was an Army civilian, an older man working in the building. But as a young man, Max Bilkey served in the Army, fought in Vietnam, and Max Bilkey was the last U.S. combat soldier out of Vietnam. He came home. He lived a peaceful life by all accounts for so many years. And then here on 9/11, he was killed in the building when the plane hit. Other victims, there were toddlers on the plane. There was a young Navy sailor who worked in the command center. His father was a construction worker who came here for the following year and worked every day rebuilding the Pentagon. He wanted to be where his son was killed. So there's so many stories, but I think the real difference about the Pentagon is it was rebuilt. Everyone came back to work. We still today see many of the survivors at work every day in the Pentagon. We were back here the next morning. This is a place that never shut down. As they say in the U.S. military, no retreat, no surrender. And that's what really the last 10 years has been about, honoring the policemen, the firemen, and all the troops over the last 10 years who have served since that day here, Wolf.
It's a beautiful memorial. This memorial was opened exactly 3 years ago, September 11th, 2008, Barbara, and dedicated on that day. A day you remember well, a day all of us remember well. But is this it's open to the public and people come here? Do they come here throughout the year in relatively big numbers?
It's extraordinary. This is not that far from where we park and walk into the building. And not in extraordinary numbers, but every day, 24/7, there always seems to be someone walking around paying their respects. You see them here on a bright, beautiful summer morning like today. You see them in the snow, in the winter, late at night. This is a very secure area, of course, since the attack 10 years ago. But this one part where the memorial is in fact open to the public, and there is access to it, and people can come and visit and pay their respects. You see that side of the building right there where the flag is hanging. 10 years ago, utter devastation. The dead and the wounded were tended to. People were medevaced out of here. It was just an extraordinary sight. And on this beautiful summer morning, very quiet, very peaceful. You still hear the planes flying from National Airport very close by, but everyone is here one more time to pay their respects. Wolf.
And everyone who goes into the Pentagon remembers what happened 10 years ago. It's one of those seminal moments that no one will ever forget. But I assume that every world leader, defense minister who comes to visit, the Secretary of Defense, everyone, do they just, as a matter of procedure, go and pay their respects to those who died?
Many do come out to the memorial and pay their respects. I should mention that there is a chapel, a memorial chapel inside the Pentagon, where there also is a wall with the names of all of those who perished here. And many people go and pay their respects there and do those now, sadly, very traditional engravings, put a piece of paper over the name and make a rendition of that name. People pay their respects all the time. I think for those of us who work in the building, what is still so extraordinary is it's those moments that catch you where it's not history, it is what happened to you on that day. Even a few weeks ago when we had that earthquake here in Washington, so many people were just stricken with sudden fear that something awful had happened once again until they realized it was an earthquake. It's those moments that come back to you where it's all still suddenly right there in front of you, Wolf.
And it's the men and women, and not only of the United States military, who remember vividly what happened, but so many civilians who work. A lot of people forget that it's not just military personnel who work at the Pentagon. Most of the people at the Pentagon are, in fact, civilians.
Many are civilians. I will tell you that one of the stories that stays with me the most is there was a young Army officer who crawled his way out of the flame and debris and then suddenly realized one of the janitorial workers had been in his office and he didn't see this man come out of the wreckage. This Army officer climbed his way back in under great peril to himself, back in through the wreckage, the flames, the smoke, and found the man. This was a disabled man, as so many of the custodial staff are, who had no ability to cope with what had happened. This Army officer, the guy's name was Teddy, the custodial worker. He got Teddy, he put Teddy on his back, and then climbed back out through the debris one more time with this young janitorial worker on his back. This was a war zone. This was a war zone. No one was left behind. Everybody was looked after, Wolf.
Leon Panetta, the former CIA director, is the defense secretary right now. He's speaking. I want to listen in and hear what he has to say.
A generation of Americans stepped forward to serve in uniform, determined to confront our enemies and respond to them swiftly and justly. And for 10 years, they have carried that burden of protecting America, relentlessly pursuing those who would do us harm, who would threaten our homeland. Because of their sacrifices, we are a safer and stronger nation today. And the principal terrorist behind these attacks has been brought to justice. We will never forget the human cost paid by this generation. The more than 6,200 soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines lost in the line of duty. Like those taken from us on 9/11, we will always remember that they paid the ultimate sacrifice for America. Today, we think of their families who have suffered tragedy and heartbreak, but have shown extraordinary resilience and strength. We think of the thousands of veterans who carry the seen and unseen wounds of war carry those wounds every day with them. And we grieve for those losses.
That's the USS New York.
But out of the darkness of this grief,
know what its mission is.
From the Pentagon, we take you back here to the World Trade site where at 9:59 the South Tower fell. And we will have a moment of silence here as a bell will begin to be rung by a figure, an official from the Port Authority, who also lost so many of their employees on this day.
Today, as you look over the walls of remembrance, we want to share with you the words of the poet Mary Lee Hall, who wrote, "Turn again to life. If I should die and leave you here a while, be not like others sore undone, who keep long vigil by the silent dust. For my sake, turn again to life and smile, nerving thy heart and trembling hand to do something to comfort other hearts than thine. Complete these dear unfinished tasks of mine, and I, perchance, may therein comfort you."
Amazing Grace, very familiar song down here, and in many parts such a haunting tune. We want to go to Shanksville because our next moment of silence is coming up shortly. Remember, at this time 10 years ago, we didn't know how many planes were in the air. We just knew that there were planes. We want to go down to our John King.
And Candy, we're here in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, approaching just a minute away now from, you mentioned where we were 10 years ago. We didn't know how many planes. One of them was in the skies over Pennsylvania. It had been over Ohio. It was redirected by the hijackers, and it was over Pennsylvania. They've just now tolled the bells and read the names of the 40 passengers and crew of United Flight 93. It came down in this field in a fireball at precisely 10:03. We will get there in just a moment and have a moment of silence for those heroes who changed history. The hijackers wanted to take that plane to Washington, D.C. Later, the government came to the conclusion they wanted to fly it through the Capitol dome and deliver yet another blow to a symbol of American power. Instead, heroes aboard that plane decided they would change history after hearing on their phones from their relatives what was happening in the country. Let us pause now, listen to a moment of silence and honor the 40 heroes of Flight 93 who changed history. singing here in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, after a moment of silence to honor the 40 heroes of Flight 93. Vice President Biden here yesterday said they knew, the people on that plane knew, they were giving up their own lives to save the lives of others. They didn't know where, but they gave up their own lives. President Bush called it the first counterattack in the war on terrorism. The Vice President now at the Pentagon ceremony. Let's go back there live.
His wife said after his death, he was a wonderful dancer. I'll never be able to dance with anyone else. He was a perfect partner. And above all, he was a good, caring, and loving man. And so many others are remembered this morning with the moments of silence in small towns and bustling cities all across this country. But nowhere are the memories more immediate, more vivid, more compelling, more real than in New York City, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and right here in Northern Virginia at the Pentagon. Although words cannot ease the pain of these losses, paying tribute by recalling not just the horror of that day, but the heroism as well, can hopefully give you some comfort and stiffen the resolve of this nation. At 9:36 a.m., thousands of patriotic Americans are going about their daily business in the building behind me, in this great citadel of our national defense. And 1 minute later, 9:37, an unconscionable tragedy struck. But what happened after that was far more remarkable than the damage inflicted in the building behind me. Those who worked in this building, many of you in front of me, and thousands more first responders across the region, firefighters from Arlington County, Fairfax County, Montgomery County, the District of Columbia, and many others, they sprang to action, risking their lives so their friends, their colleagues, and total strangers, people they had never met, might live. From corporals to cafeteria workers, right up the chain of the command, the top brass to Secretary Rumsfeld, who I pay special tribute today. I understand he is here. Secretary Rumsfeld himself did what he did as a young soldier, a young man, and did all his life. You and he and others streamed into the breach between the 4th and 5th corridors, where the devastation was the greatest, where death came in an instant, but also where there were some survivors to be found. Specialist Bo Dombrowski was a tour guide the morning on the far side of the building. So far away, in fact, he never heard the plane hit. But he shortly felt the commotion. He could have gone home. No one would have blamed him. But he was also a trained EMT and came from a family of firefighters. So when people started streaming out of the building and screaming, he sprinted toward the crash site. For hours, he altered between treating his co-workers and dashing into the inferno with a team of 6 men. Mickey Fyock, a volunteer fire chief in Woodsboro, Maryland, 60 miles away, after working all day, when he heard that evening that the rescue workers of the Pentagon needed a fire truck, a small fire truck, small enough to fit through tight places. He knew he had a 54 Mac, which was the smallest one around. So fresh off of an all-day shift, he barreled down the highway and battled the blaze all night with thousands of others. And at dawn, exhausted and covered with soot, 14 hours on the job, he sat on a bench and confronted a man who he said was wondering aloud, why am I still alive? For had I not been at the dentist, I would have been in the office, my office, totally destroyed. My colleagues gone. Why me? It's a basic American instinct to respond to crises when help is needed, to confront the afflicted, An American instinct summoned by the collective strength of the American people that we see come to the fore in our darkest hours. An instinct that echoes through the ages, from Pearl Harbor to Beirut, from Mogadishu to Ground Zero, to Flight 93 to right here in the Pentagon. Those in this building that day knew what they were witnessing. It was a declaration of war by stateless actors bent on changing our way of life, who believed that these horrible acts of terror directed against innocents could buckle our knees, could bend our will, could begin to break us and break our resolve. But they did not know us. Instead, that same American instinct that sent all of you into the breach between the 4th and 5th corridors galvanized an entire new generation of patriots, the 9/11 generation. Many of them were just kids on that bright September morning. But like their grandparents, on December 7th, 1941, they courageously bore the burden that history had placed on their shoulders. And as they came of age, they showed up. They showed up to fight for their country, and they're still showing up. 2,800,000 of that 9/11 generation moved to join our military since the attacks on 9/11 to finish the war begun here that day. And they joined. They joined knowing that they were in all likelihood going to be deployed in harm's way. In many cases, deployed multiple times in Afghanistan and Iraq and other dangerous parts of the world. Those of you, Admiral, who command this building, turn this generation, this 9/11 generation, into the finest group of warriors the world has ever known. Over a decade of war, they pioneered new tactics, mastered new language, developed and employed advanced new technologies. They took on responsibilities once reserved only for those with considerably more seniority, responsibilities that extended beyond the base or the battlefield, to the politics of Afghanistan, to the politics of Iraq, to the economies of those countries, and to the development tasks that ultimately will lay the groundwork for us to leave behind stable countries that will not threaten us. And along with the intelligence community and the law enforcement community, they relentlessly took the fight to Al-Qaeda and its affiliates. They were prepared to follow bin Laden to Hell's Gate, if necessary. And they got him. My God, do we owe those special ops folks and intelligence guys who got him, many of whom have subsequently lost their lives. But we will not stop. You will not stop until Al-Qaeda is not only disrupted, but completely dismantled and ultimately destroyed. And one more thing about this 9/11 generation of warriors. Never before in our history has America asked so much over such a sustained period of an all-volunteer force. So I can say without fear of contradiction or being accused of exaggeration, the 9/11 generation ranks among the greatest our nation has ever produced, and it was born right here on 9/11. And as the Admiral said, that generation has paid an incredible price. 4,478 fallen angels in Iraq, 1,648 in Afghanistan, and more than 40,000 wounded in both countries, some of whom will require care and support the rest of their lives. Having visited them multiple times, like many of you, I am awed, not only by their capability, but their sacrifices today and every day. The terrorists who attacked the Pentagon, as Leon said, sought to weaken America by shattering this defining symbol of our military might and prowess. But they failed. And they also failed for another reason, not just physically failed. They failed because they continued to fundamentally misunderstand us as they misunderstood us on that day. For the true source of American power does not lie within that building. Because as Americans, we draw our strength from the rich tapestry of our people, just looking at the people before me, looking at the families before me. The true legacy of 9/11 is that our spirit is mightier, the bonds that unite us are thicker, and the resolve is firmer than the millions of tons of limestone and concrete that make up that great edifice behind me. Al-Qaeda and bin Laden never imagined that the 3,000 people who lost their lives that day would inspire 3 million to put on the uniform and harden the resolve of 300 million Americans. They never imagined the sleeping giant they were about to awaken. They never imagined these things because they did not understand what enables us, what has always enabled us to withstand any test that comes our way. But you understood. You knew better than anyone because you knew every time this nation has been attacked, you particularly who wear the uniform, every time this nation is attacked, you knew it only emboldens us to stand up and to strike back. But you family members, you also knew something else that a lot of us didn't know that day. That your loved ones, those who you lost, who we now call heroes, were already heroes. They were heroes to you. They were the father that tucked you in at night. They were the wife who knew your fears even before you expressed them. They were the brother who lifted you up. They were the daughter who made you laugh. And the son who made you proud. I know in my heart, so do all the people on this stage now, that they are absolutely irreplaceable. Absolutely irreplaceable. As the speaker heard me say yesterday in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, no memorial, no ceremony, no words will ever fill the void left in your hearts by their loss. But my prayer for you is that 10 years later, when you think of them, 10 years later, when you think of them, that it brings a smile to your lips before it brings a tear to your eye. My mom used to say that courage lies in every man's heart. And her expectation was that one day it would be summoned. Well, here on September 11th, 2001, at exactly 9:37 a.m., it was summoned. It was summoned from the hearts of the thousands of people who worked here to save hundreds. It was summoned in the hearts of all those first responders who answered the call. For courage lies deepest in and beats the loudest in the heart of Americans. Don't forget it. We will not forget them. May God bless you all. May God bless America, and most of all, May God protect our troops.
The Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden, remembering the 184 people who were killed by those 5 terrorists on American Airlines Flight 77 when it crashed into the Pentagon on exactly 10 years ago. As I said before, the youngest victim here at the Pentagon was 3 years old, the oldest 71 years old. An emotional, powerful statement by the Vice President, recalling the heroism of what he described as the 9/11 generation. You're looking at U.S. military personnel. They're honoring those 184 people who were killed on this very day 10 years ago at this memorial, this Pentagon memorial, where the benches, they're laying wreaths in honor of each of those 184 victims. We'll continue to watch what's happening here at the Pentagon. We're also watching what's happening at that memorial service in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and of course at the World Trade Center in New York. Let's go back to New York right now.
And Wolf, thousands of family members continue to stream into the World Trade site here. So many of them just heading immediately toward the pools in both the imprint of the North Tower and the South Tower, where they're laying flowers. We've seen a lot of roses being left by the names of family members, a lot of young children putting a piece of paper over the name of their father, their uncle, their mother, their aunt, scratching a piece of pencil over the names etched in bronze around the reflecting pools. Shortly at 10, well, in about 8 minutes from now, there will be another moment of silence as the North Tower collapsed at 10:28 a.m. Before we bring you that, and we'll of course bring that to you and honor that moment of silence. Also, we'll then hear from former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, and Paul Simon will be singing Bridge Over Troubled Waters. We want to get just a quick update on the security threats as we know them now. Susan Candiotti has been making calls this morning. Susan, what are you hearing?
Well, first of all, just to give you an idea, Anderson, of how tight the security is and how ramped up everyone is, we have a report from the New York Police Department now that they're on the lookout for someone who is described as an emotionally disturbed person, a former Army vet who served, or rather a former veteran who served in Afghanistan, who they were alerted to by his parents from the Carolinas, said that he's in the area. They believe he may be a danger to himself, and that in fact he may be heading to ground zero. Now, this is something that might not necessarily raise much attention, but on a day like this, it is. Along with that, of course, investigators continue to work around the clock to try to nail down that terror threat that is still out there, that is now 4 days old, trying to determine one way or another this credible threat that 3 people might be heading to New York or Washington to carry out some kind of an attack on or about this anniversary, using either a car bomb or a truck bomb or some other means. They have not been able to confirm it as yet, but this is something that they're working on. They're working for partial names, information coming from an Al-Qaeda operative through a communication that was caught up by intelligence agents and tracked down. They're working on it, Anderson.
All right, and Susan will continue to be making calls, checking in with her sources throughout this morning. As we continue to watch this, we're here with John Miller, also Ari Fleischer. Coming up shortly, Fran Townsend will be with us. I'm here with Candy Crowley. I mean, in terms of safety, this is probably one of the safest areas in the world right now. This Lower Manhattan is locked down.
You know, Anderson, I always said to myself that I was in the most targeted spot on Earth when I was with the president, but I was also in the safest spot on Earth. That's the way I feel today. There may be people who want to target this event today, but this is also probably one of the safest spots to be. Just getting down here was so hard, all the checkpoints I had to go through. Anybody has to go through that. And they're not letting any cars or trucks anywhere close to the area.
This is obviously an international event, and people are watching us around the world on CNN International. There were many victims from all around the world who were working in the World Trade Center at the time on 9/11. What do you think the message of this is today for those around the world maybe who wants to do America harm? What do you think they should think while watching what we are doing today.
I thought the message of today, from almost September 11th forward, and I still feel it right now, is the strength of America. The unity of this country, the fact that we have gone through adversity before, and whatever divisions we have as a people, they don't compare to the strengths we have as our unity. That's what I remember about the days after September 11th, and when the moment calls for it, this country is instantly unified and one.
And John, from a security standpoint, how do you think we have changed in the last 10 years?
Well, we've made enormous advances. That's doubtless. We have more intelligence on the adversary. We don't wait for the fight to be brought to us. Between what happens with the U.S. military and special forces, the intelligence community and law enforcement, I mean, we are bringing the fight to the terrorists. And if you look at the number of plots disrupted, we used to have an average of 4 plots a year after 9/11 targeting U.S. oil.
Credible plots.
Credible plots that actually involved people who had a plan and so on. You know, in 2008, 2009, that jumped to 9, and then 10, and then 11. So we're seeing a lot more of the terrorist message actually resonating through the internet with the so-called lone wolves and things like that. But we've got a near 100% record of detection and prevention. That wouldn't have happened before.
When I spoke to President Bush on Friday, he said to me one of the things that he's very grateful for is that so much of the infrastructure that was put in place, the indefinite detention, warrantless wiretaps, things of that nature, have been left behind and are still being carried out. He cited the Predator strikes in Pakistan that President Obama has continued and accelerated as all good signs that these are now bipartisan actions to keep America protected.
The number of Predator attacks has risen dramatically just in the last 2 years, and to remarkably successful in terms of decapitating the top leadership of Al-Qaeda.
Well, I think that's what John means when he says we're on the offensive. It's very hard to plan and have a meeting when you always have to worry about what's in the sky that may listen to me or get me, and that keeps them on the run.
If you look at just recent history, you know, you have the decision not to make the bin Laden capture a Predator strike, but to go in and get him, which was, I think, a tactical decision, probably the right decision. But before that, Elias Kashmiri, shortly after that, Al-Qaeda's key planning chief. You've got Atiya Abdul Rahman in a drone strike, the guy who ran day-to-day operations. Al Mauritani, the guy in charge of external operations. So the drone strikes have made being the number 2 or the number 3 in Al-Qaeda the briefest position on Earth to hold.
I want to bring in our Fran Townsend, a CNN contributor on Homeland Security, also advisor, obviously, to former President Bush when he was in the White House on Homeland Security. Fran, for all this talk, and I don't think I've met anyone in your business that hasn't said, oh, we're much safer now. But now the nature of the threat is different, where people see not an organizational, big bang, if you will, attack from Al-Qaeda, but these lone wolves who are either inspired by or loosely linked to various people. And is not that threat something that you can't be 100% right on that? I talked to General Hayden, a man that you know very well, who said he doesn't think the next attack is an if, it's a when.
No, that's right. And as you know, those are the hardest to detect. And so as Al-Qaeda core gets fractured, you do worry about these lone wolves, and they're very hard to detect.
And we'll certainly talk a lot more about that. Our attention now coming up on the moment of silence should be at 10:28, the moment when the North Tower fell, the second tower to fall. The sign for so many that this country would never be the same. Let's listen.
the perspective that we need and have needed to get through the last 10 years and the years that remain are best expressed by the words of God as inscribed in the book of Ecclesiastes. To everything, there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to win and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to cast away, a time to rend and a time to sow, a time to keep silence and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time of war and a time of peace. God bless every soul that we lost. God bless the family members who have to endure that loss. And God guide us to our reunion in heaven. And God bless the United States of America.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Epps. It has been 10 years, and it feels like it just happened yesterday. My brother, Christopher Epps, worked on the 98th floor in the North Tower. Not one holiday, birthday has gone by that my 4 sisters and my brother and I don't think about him. Our mother never takes off a necklace with his picture in it. Something I have learned over the past 10 years is that people come forward to help you in your time of need. And today, we thank you. The people of our great nation, family, friends, and neighbors. At work, Christopher sat next to his good friend, Wayne Russo. The Russo family has made a special request that their son's name be placed next to my brother's name. That meant so much to our family. What I know now is that the forces of good are not just in movies. It's all around us. People really do catch you when you fall. It's been a blessing. Christopher would have loved knowing that the love he freely gave to others was given back to us in his name. Thank you, and I bid you Godspeed.
Harris, my old friend, I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In the restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, beneath the halo of a street lamp. I turned my collar to the cold and the damp, when my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more, people talking without speaking, people hearing without listening, people writing songs that voices never share, and no one dare disturb the sound of silence. Fool, said I, you do not know, silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words that I might teach you, take my arms that I might reach out to you, but my words, like silent raindrops, fell and echoed in the wells of silence. And the people bowed and prayed to the neon god they made, and the sign flashed its warning, and the words that it was forming. They said the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls, and whispered in the sound of silence.
Kevin James Hannaford, Sr.
Michael Lawrence Hannon.
Dana Ray Hannon.
Christine Lee Hansen.
Peter Burton Hansen.
Sue Kim Hansen.
Vasilios G. Haramis.
James A. Harron.
Gerald Francis Hardacre.
Jeffrey Pike Hardy.
T.J. Hargrave.
Daniel Edward Harlan.
Francis Harrows.
Harvey L. Harrell.
Stephen G. Harrell.
Melissa Marie Harrington.
Aisha Ann Harris.
Stuart D. Harris.
And my husband, Port Authority Police Officer Tom Gorman. Tom, Bridget, Patrick, Laura, myself, your soon-to-be granddaughter, keep you in our hearts every day. Your family and friends miss you, love you, miss your laughter, your smile, and your meatloaf.
And my dad, who I'm happy to honor today, a good, kind, godly man, Winston Arthur Grant.
John Patrick Hart.
For so many family members, this is really the only place they will have where there is sort of a physical remembrance of their loved one. Many of them never got any remains back.
More than 1,100 known victims from these Twin Towers. There's been no remains found. Now, they have 900 pieces of remains. I'm not even sure. We're joined by Sanjay Gupta, who can probably help us with this, that they're still looking and trying to find something identifiable for the victims' families. But for many of them, 1,100 folks died, and there's no remains of them. So there really are, this is the one sort of place they can come where they are, sort of. There's nothing to have buried, nothing to have commemorated.
Right. There was such a process that, was wholly unique at that time, because there'd been nothing quite like this, where it was impossible to find remains, and they had to do the very, very discouraging and difficult task of scouring through all these different, piles of dust, looking for any DNA, anything that was an absolute, evidence that someone had actually had died there. But as you say, a lot of times they simply did not find it, and even the dust that they've collected over the years, they've looked at that dust as well and not found evidence of DNA in much of that. So I don't know that there's going to be an answer or any final resolution you may be looking at what there is.
There's also all now a huge concern over the health implications of this dust and what impact it's had on those first responders who were, not just on 9/11, but who for weeks after and months after were working on what was then called the pile. Right. It was interesting. There was just this study out by The Lancet which looked at New York City firefighters, which determined that there was increased cancer risk and increased cancer incidences among firefighters.
No question about it. And I think this is we've been investigating this for a year, and it's wildly controversial as we sort of dug into it, because there's a droga bill out there. It covers lots of things, everything from carpal tunnel syndrome to respiratory things, but cancer has always been off the list. Even as recently as July, it was decided again to be off the list. But this paper is significant for two reasons. One is that, first of all, the fact that they say it's biologically plausible that this dust over here, of which I have some of it.
This is actual
World Trade Center dust. Researchers at Rutgers University collected this dust. They wanted to analyze it and find out what was in it, and they found it was a unique amalgamation of chemicals. But they've been studying this, and what they have found is that it's biologically plausible that this could cause cancer. That was something different in this new study versus before. And also, they did see an increased cancer risk, 19% increased cancer risk among firefighters who were exposed as compared to firefighters who were not. Now 10 years, as you know, is still an early time. In terms, it can take 20 years, it can take 30 years for cancers to develop. So the fact that they've shown it now could be the beginning of even larger
And that
numbers.
dust has, researchers have never seen anything like it, the composition of that dust.
Yeah, that's right. When you had when you had what happened on that day, you had a sudden thrusting together of all these various chemicals. So everything from titanium to benzene to jet fuel, all sort of put together, and you saw it in the air, and then it sort of coated onto the dust, which remained like a mist over the city for some time.
And I'm just looking at it now, and it's an incredibly fine powder.
It is, and we've got it sealed. They took special precautions, and they say that this is perfectly fine to transport this way, but it is. And they're still concerned that if people breathe it in, what would happen to their bodies? Respiratory problems, and then potentially other problems after that.
This study was about firefighters in particular.
Yes.
But we see so many pictures of that day of people where this huge wall of dust where people are running from. It looks like a sci-fi movie.
That's right.
That's what you would believe it was. And then people covered in it. Literally, they look like clay statues almost. So are there studies being done on the risk to those people who maybe had a 12-hour exposure?
Right. There are studies being done. Now, the problem is, and this comes up constantly with the Zadroga bill and other forms of research, is that you don't know, did those people have any health problems before they were suddenly exposed to all this dust? And I know that you may say, well, look, people know if they were sick before or not, but it's not that easy. The significance of the firefighter study is that all these firefighters have been screened for 10 years at least before 9/11/2001. So they had data. They knew what the chest x-rays looked like. They knew what the blood work looked like. And then they could compare those same people after the exposure to dust. It's very hard to do that in a general population, which is why oftentimes it's just not answers to questions that we think are obvious. Smoking and lung cancer took over 20 years to develop that cause and effect relationship. So you can imagine how difficult it is to do with this dust.
And there are practical reasons why it's important to know for the firefighters.
I think this is very important because there's obviously a lot of people who have cancer now. You've heard from them today who say, I'm convinced that it's because of the dust, or I'm convinced my loved one died of cancer because of the dust. What is, I think, more important than that even are people who were exposed, who hear about the study, and then go get their screenings, go do something about it so they can prevent developing some of these just awful problems that they've seen their fellow firefighters, fellow first responders, police department officers go through.
And you're going to, just in case anybody's wondering at home, that dust, you're going to return to researchers.
That's right, Anderson. I mean, this is still considered sacred material for all the reasons we were talking about. We don't, I mean, it's a compilation of so many different things, but yes, this is going to go back to a place where they're storing this, and families of victims of 9/11 sometimes go visit this particular room to look at this because, in some ways, thankfully, but honestly, it's one of the few reminders still of what happened on that day. So.
Sanjay Gupta, thanks so much for coming by. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Up next, as we continue to follow the emotional events in all three cities, we want to take a look at the sacred 16 acres where we are now sitting, and a city that's seen its share of tragedy just this year, and how some New Yorkers are using this day to help them heal.